Chapter 748. After all, the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance's merchants had already run out of level 3 celestial expansion pills. For at least half a month, not a single pill was sold. According to those in the know, this pill was difficult to refine, and the cost of refining was high. It was not as profitable as refining other pills, so there were very few of them. Even if there were, they would have already been reserved by reputable figures in advance for their relatives or even subordinates to break through to the fairy realm. How could they possibly have a chance? This news caused an uproar among the Three Crystals half-fairy realm experts. A large number of Three Crystals half-fairy realm experts swarmed over and surrounded the small elixir store. Shopkeeper, take out the third-grade expansion immortal pill, I want it. A vigorous youth rushed into the shop and slammed the counter without caring about anything else. His Three Crystals half-fairy realm cultivation emanated from his body as he shouted in a stern voice. Unexpectedly, the plump shopkeeper, who was sitting at the counter, crossed his legs. He was clearly just a one-crystal half-fairy realm cultivator, yet he wasn't afraid of the ferocious Three Crystals half-fairy realm cultivator. He rubbed his nose with his pinky finger and cast a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper. Are you talking to me? The Three Crystals half-fairy realm expert, who had a fiery temper, was infuriated by the shopkeeper's words. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Believe it or not, I can kill you with one palm strike. However, the slightly plump shopkeeper shook his clothes and chuckled, Kid, if you don't want to die too quickly, line up outside obediently. When it's your turn, this shopkeeper will inform you. The Three Crystals half-fairy realm youth was so infuriated that he started laughing. A trifling shopkeeper dares to show such disrespect to me? I don't believe that you can do anything to me. However, before he could finish speaking, several murderous intents shot at him from behind. Young man, wait outside. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish now. The young man looked back and saw a man and a woman sitting quietly in the hall. Both of them had their eyes closed and were resting. Their cultivations weren't weak, as they were all Three Crystals half-fairies. Humph. Who are you? I'm from the Three Flames gang. The young man wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and said. Unexpectedly, one of the women said in a calm tone, Oh? Was the Three Fire gang that great? My city's West Poison Widow Seven Sisters would like to pay you a visit. The young man's body stiffened, and his pupils constricted. His face was full of shock. Poison Widow. His entire body was trembling, and his voice was filled with fear. The Poisonous Widow's reputation was simply too great. It was a group of 7 sisters, and every single one of them was a vicious and ruthless character. Aside from the youngest, the 7th sister, the rest were all fairies. They occupied the western region of the city, and no one dared to provoke them. This woman was actually the Poisonous Widow. His heart thumped wildly, and he wished he could slip away as soon as possible. Then, what about you? The young man looked at the man opposite the woman. He was very scholarly and had an otherworldly aura. The scholarly man glanced at him. Me? He's just the big brother of the Axe Gang. Hiss. The big brother of the Axe Gang? The young man was so scared that he almost fainted. The Axe Gang had a large number of members, and they were all vicious, fugitives who killed people like flies. There were so many of them that even the Poison Widow had to avoid them. At this moment, the young man wished that he had never come here. Even more so, he hated that he should not have been so blind as to cause trouble here. Since you know, why haven't you scrammed yet? The scholarly man said indifferently. The young man was so scared that he pissed his pants, and his face turned pale as he fled. He didn't have the same overbearing aura as before. The scholarly man looked at the half-fairies outside the door, who didn't dare to enter, and said calmly, I won't stop you from buying elixirs, but if anyone dares to cause trouble before I get the elixirs, then don't blame the Axe Gang for not recognizing you. His unspoken implication was that anyone who tried to stop him from buying the elixirs would die. The Three Crystals half-fairies outside the door didn't dare to resist, and they rejoiced that they were there, as the shopkeeper's life would be saved, and they would be able to buy the elixirs smoothly. If they hadn't been there, that evil guy might have kidnapped the shopkeeper, and their chances of getting the elixirs would have been slim. The Three Flames gang is just a bunch of fools. The crowd mocked them, while they waited patiently outside. This piece of news caused a great commotion, and it eventually spread to the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance. The Yuan family held a great meeting because of this matter. All of the family's primary alchemists were ordered to participate in this meeting. I believe that all of you have heard that a batch of third-grade fairy expansion pills is circulating in the market. I want to know whether someone from our Yuan family is doing such a thing. The Yuan family's master's sharp gaze passed through the 10 primary alchemists present, while he spoke in a gentle tone. The 10 primary alchemists shook their heads in denial. Family's master, you can rest assured. We won't do such a petty thing, one of the alchemists said. The rest of the alchemists also cleared their names. The Yuan family's master said, I believe all of you. It seems like the Elixir Production Alliance made a mistake, as only our 2 factions have the fairy expansion pills. However, one of the alchemists shook his head and said, Family's master, I think that there is something fishy about this matter. The Elixir Production Alliance's control over alchemists is greater than our Yuan family's, so the possibility of their alchemists secretly refining elixirs and selling them is quite low. Moreover, according to the circulating news, they refined 11 third-grade fairy expansion pills in just 6 days, which means that they probably spent 6 whole days refining elixirs. So, how could they possibly hide it from the Elixir Production Alliance? Upon hearing this, everyone sank into contemplation. If it wasn't the Yuan family or the Elixir Production Alliance, then who could it be? Could it be a new primary alchemist? Yuan Wanbi was quite intelligent, and she immediately voiced her suspicions. The fairy expansion pills are indeed the secret elixir recipes controlled by our 2 factions, but there are always exceptions. After all, the fairy expansion pills were introduced by us from the outside world, and we didn't create them. So, we can't be sure that someone else didn't possess them. A new primary alchemist. Everyone's hearts shook upon hearing this. It was extremely difficult to nurture an alchemist, and it took a long time for one to appear every 10 years. So, once an alchemist appeared, the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance would fight over him. If this was really the case, then the Yuan family would have to be careful. Regardless of whether Wanbi's guess is correct or not, we must still take action. The Yuan family's master muttered to himself for a moment before he decisively ordered, immediately dispatch the family's fairy realm experts and hide in the vicinity of that shop. We must find that alchemist. Upon hearing this, all of the Yuan family's members braced themselves, as they knew that their fight with the Elixir Production Alliance would start once again. Yuan Yingying, who was standing beside Su Yu, couldn't help but feel excited. Her face was flushed with delight. That alchemist was her. There were several times when she almost couldn't help but admit that it was her, but she was stopped by Su Yu in time. We can't do it now, as the time isn't right yet. Let's wait for a suitable opportunity, Su Yu said. Yuan Yingying restrained her excitement and nodded silently. She then returned to Su Yu's side, while tears welled up in her eyes. If it were any other time, no one would pay any attention to Yuan Yingying. However, ever since the arrival of the Almighty Divine Master, Yuan Yingying had become the focus of the family's attention. The Yuan family's master also noticed Yuan Yingying's unusual expression, so he asked, Yingying, what happened to you? The other people were also bewildered, as they couldn't help but wonder why Yuan Yingying was so emotional and tearing up for no reason at all. Yuan Yingying was startled by this, and she started stammering incoherently for a long time. Yuan Wanbi then asked calmly, Sister, are you thinking of yourself as that primary alchemist? Although she spoke calmly, it wasn't difficult to discern the mockery in her words. How could a wild girl, who had just entered the Yuan family for 2 years, be a powerful primary alchemist? This wasn't funny at all. Many of the family's uncles and elders looked at Yuan Yingying apathetically and shook their heads slightly. It seemed like they didn't like her at all. The Yuan family's master felt somewhat helpless, as he felt sorry for his sister, who was being ostracized once again, so he deliberately raised his voice and asked, Yingying, did that senior come to look for you again? Yuan Yingying followed Su Yu's instructions and shook her head as she replied, he didn't. Upon hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Wanbi furrowed her brows slightly, while doubt welled up in her heart. She then asked, "Sister, that senior divine master shouldn't have just been talking about it, right? Otherwise, why hasn't he shown himself since the end of the month's exam is approaching?" Yuan Yingying didn't reply to this question. Many people's hearts sank upon hearing this, as if this was really the case, the Yuan family's happiness would have been for nothing. "Okay, let's end this meeting here. After we go down, we must track down that primary alchemist closely." The Yuan family's master waved his hand helplessly. A similar scene was playing out in the Elixir Production Alliance. 20 primary alchemists were ordered to come here and investigate them one by one. "Brother Zhao, it seems like he isn't a primary alchemist from our Elixir Production Alliance. Could it be the Yuan family?" A red-nosed middle-aged man asked the blue-clothed scholar sitting opposite him. The blue-clothed scholar was Zhao Yin's father, one of the Elixir Production Alliance's 2 big shots, and they had joined hands to suppress the Yuan family. "It's impossible." The blue-clothed scholar shook his head. "The Yuan family is very strict with its elixir recipes, and the spy I planted in the Yuan family hasn't succeeded even after 10 years. As such, there aren't many primary alchemists who can touch the recipe of the immortal expansion pill." "A spy?" The red-nosed middle-aged man was quite curious as to who this spy was. He only knew that this spy was hiding by the side of an important person in the Yuan family. "Does this mean that it's a new primary alchemist?" The red-nosed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. The blue-clothed scholar nodded, and just as he was about to speak, a rough voice echoed from outside the hall. "It's really a new primary alchemist, and he isn't an ordinary primary alchemist." As the voice echoed, an old man draped in a black robe stepped into the hall. He had an old face, white hair, and a pair of yellow eyes, which made people shudder when they looked at him. The expressions of the blue-clothed scholar and the red-nosed middle-aged man changed drastically, and they hurriedly stood up and said in delight, "Welcome, Elder Liao." They were the 2 big shots of the Blue Mountain Range's Elixir Production Alliance, yet they were still so respectful to the person in front of them. This was because Elder Liao was the Soul-Seizing Palace's outer sanctum's elder. The Blue Mountain Range wasn't far from the Soul-Seizing Palace, and every year, the Soul-Seizing Palace would select an outer sanctum's disciple from the Blue Mountain Range. For the Blue Mountain Range's cultivators, being able to enter one of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands factions was an unattainable dream, and ordinary people would find it laughable. Only the geniuses nurtured by various factions would have the opportunity to enter one of the factions through the competition. As for the referee, it was none other than Elder Liao. He had a deep relationship with the Elixir Production Alliance, so no matter how one looked at him, the blue-clothed scholar and the red-nosed middle-aged man had to be respectful to him. Elder Liao stepped into the hall and sat in the main seat, while the blue-clothed scholar and the red-nosed middle-aged man sat on either side of him. Chapter 749. After he spoke, he threw the elixirs at them. They were both intermediate alchemists who could refine 4th-grade elixirs, so they were quite skilled in the field of elixirs. They observed the elixirs together, then took some powder and sniffed it before rubbing it between their fingers. After they tested it, they were both startled. What a pure elixir! Its purity is higher than a 3rd-grade fairy expansion pills by more than half. Elder Liao asked, "Did you notice it?" Such a pure elixir came from the purified ingredients. In other words, this person was able to purify ingredients to an extremely high level. "Do you think you can achieve such a feat?" The blue-robed scholar pondered this for a moment, then said, "I can also achieve such a feat, but it's impossible for me to purify 11 elixirs in just 6 days. Purifying ingredients is a time-consuming and exhausting process, and unless he is an alchemist who can refine 5th-grade spirit elixirs, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat in such a short time." The red-nosed middle-aged man nodded with a grave look on his face. "You are right. This person is probably a powerful intermediate alchemist who can refine 5th-grade spirit elixirs, and he is quite experienced. It seems like an extraordinary person has come to the Blue Mountain Range," Elder Liao said with a faint smile. The blue-robed scholar's eyes flickered as he asked, "Elder Liao, what do you mean?" Elder Liao chuckled and said, "Since he has appeared in our soul-seizing palace, he must serve us. If he is unwilling, we won't leave him to our enemies. In other words, if they couldn't rope him in, they would just kill him. You don't need to worry about what happens next, as I will investigate it myself." After Elder Liao spoke, he strode away. For the next 5 days, Su Yu continued to refine elixirs in his private room. He had finally learned how to fuse elixirs, and although it wasn't as smooth as Yuan Yingying's, he was still able to refine a complete elixir. The elixirs he refined were the lowest grade first-grade fairy expansion pills. According to the grading system, Su Yu could barely be considered an alchemist, as he was the lowest grade entry-level alchemist. If he could successfully refine third-grade fairy expansion pills, he would be considered an early-stage alchemist. Now, he just needed to cultivate frequently to become more proficient in alchemy techniques. Only when he reached that level would he be able to use the extreme limit elixir manufacturing technique's elixir fusion limit to pursue higher grades. Meanwhile, Su Yu continued to consume pure yang vital return pills for the next 5 days, and his internal blood energy channels had recovered by 60%. Half of his zhenqi could circulate freely, and it would not affect his cultivation anymore. The only thing he had to wait for was for his vital energy channels to fully recover. When that time came, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the fairy realm. Because of this, Su Yu had no choice but to prepare a higher-grade fairy expansion pill just in case. He had made great progress, but Yuan Yingying had also made great progress. She had consumed a large number of third-grade spirit pills to increase her cultivation, and 2 days ago, she had successfully advanced to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. However, she wasn't interested in cultivation at all. She was completely engrossed in alchemy, and she was vaguely improving. Her intuition told her that, even if Su Yu didn't help her purify the ingredients, she would still be able to refine third-grade spirit elixirs and become a primary alchemist by herself. Su Yu could not help but sigh. This little girl was really good material for making elixirs. Yingying, focus on cultivating. I'll make a trip to the market and be back soon. He had used up all the materials and needed to get some more. However, it was time for Su Yu to leave the Yuan family and go back to look for the Zhenlong world's residents. Even though they had a divine master like the King of Darkness guarding them, Zhozhou's experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. So, who knew whether they would run into any danger? Hence, Su Yu decided to sell the elixirs he had obtained during this period of time and exchange them for a large number of crystals. Then, he would buy 2 or 3 batches of fairy expansion pills ingredients. He was going to try to refine 4th-grade fairy expansion pills in preparation for his breakthrough. Su Yu went to the plump shopkeeper's shop once again, and as he observed the surroundings, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He could sense that there were at least 103 crystals half-fairies lingering in the vicinity, and there were even fairy realm experts waiting nearby. As for the 2 crystals half-fairies and 1 crystals half-fairies, there were at least 10,000 of them. After all, the Blue Mountain Range's population was like the Zhenlong worlds, so there were at least 100,000 half-fairies here. This time, Su Yu still disguised himself as a straw raincoat and entered the shop. "Shopkeeper, can I order elixirs?" Su Yu went straight to the front of the shop. Compared to the dejected shopkeeper of the past, the current shopkeeper was full of mettle and even seemed slightly arrogant. In the past, he was just an insignificant shopkeeper that no one paid any attention to. Now, he was someone who was protected by the Blue Mountain Range's 4 great underground factions. Anyone who was in such a position would have a different attitude. However, when he saw Su Yu's arrival, his gaze immediately changed. The reason why he could be so arrogant was because of Su Yu's elixirs. Now that he left Su Yu, he was nothing. "Dear customer, are you here to order elixirs? Please follow me." The shopkeeper's expression didn't change as he led him to the back hall. The poisonous widow and the axe gang's master, who were in the room, calmly glanced at Su Yu. Anyone who came to order elixirs had to go to the back hall to discuss it. Slap. In the back hall, Su Yu threw a spatial ring at the shopkeeper. "They are all here." The plump shopkeeper's hands shivered as he swallowed his saliva. "Old mister, how many did you bring this time?" Su Yu replied, "I didn't count them." "You can count them yourself." They had only cared about making elixirs, so they hadn't counted them. The plump shopkeeper was looking forward to it. If he could get 20 of them, it would be a pleasant surprise, as he would surely earn a large sum of money and gain more publicity. However, when he probed it with his soul, the plump shopkeeper's body stiffened, and he wore a complicated expression. He was first taken aback, then overjoyed, then bitter. In the end, he put on a crying face and said, "Old mister, do you want me to laugh or cry? There are 200 of them. Even if you sold me, you wouldn't be able to gather such a sum." Suyu chuckled as he looked at his comical expression. "I can wait. Just sell them on the spot, and give me the crystals on the spot." The plump shopkeeper was overjoyed when he heard this. He bowed repeatedly and said, "Oh my! You are even closer to me than my father. Old ancestor, I thank you for your great kindness." Given the elixir's reputation, it didn't matter who he sold them to. Why would he sell them to someone who didn't have enough money to buy them? Suyu had first given him the goods, then took his money. It could be said that he was taking care of him. After all, if he could get 9 crystals from each of the 200 elixirs, then he would get a profit of nearly 2,000 crystals. Even the 4 great gangs' annual income couldn't reach such a sum. This was an inexhaustible amount of wealth. Suyu looked at the plump shopkeeper and said in a deep voice, "However, I think that you should understand that you should stop after this transaction. There isn't a place for you in the Blue Mountain Range." Even though he possessed such a great amount of wealth, he was still like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered with his current power. In just a few days, he would surely die. Moreover, he had been in the limelight recently, and if he offended a half-fairy, he would surely suffer a great calamity. "Hihi, old mister, many thanks for your concern, but I have already arranged a way out. After I finish this transaction, I will flee to the White Cloud Lake, hide there, and cultivate in peace." The plump shopkeeper revealed a mysterious smile. Suyu nodded. "Okay, it's good that you are aware of it. I don't want to see my former partner die on the streets overnight. Finally, prepare 3 portions of fairy expansion pills for me," Suyu said. The plump middle-aged man suddenly felt lonely, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He took some materials from his spatial ring, which he had prepared in advance, and presented them to Suyu with both hands. "Old mister, I am indebted to you for your care, and my life has changed. If I get a chance, I will surely repay you for your kindness." Suyu chuckled. "I will accept your kindness. You should quickly think of a way to dispose of the elixirs and leave this place." The plump shopkeeper nodded, then left with the elixirs. He came back in less than 4 hours. Suyu raised his brows. "Well, why did you come so quickly? After all, 200 elixirs couldn't be sold in such a short time." The plump shopkeeper chuckled. "How could I handle such a troublesome business myself? I sold all of the elixirs to the Poisonous Widow and the Axe Gang at a price of 43 crystals each. Although I lost 300 or 400 crystals from them, it was still worth it to escape. Old mister, let's run away together. I think that the Poisonous Widow and the Axe Gang have already prepared assassins to chase us to the back of the hall. Let's leave quickly." Suyu praised him inwardly. He was really a smart person. Of course, the Black Widow and the Axe Gang weren't easy to deal with. So, if the shopkeeper wanted to get so many crystals from them, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the Blue Mountain Range alive. As he spoke, the plump shopkeeper lifted the lid of the stall and revealed a cave. The marks of the excavation were clear, and it seemed like it had just been created not long ago. 3 days ago, I paid someone to dig this tunnel, which leads directly to the outside of the city. Once we leave the city, it will be extremely difficult for them to find us. The shopkeeper had already anticipated this day, so he had prepared an escape route in advance. After he spoke, he took the lead and jumped into it. Suyu furrowed his brows. He could sense that there were indeed several 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts rushing toward the back of the hall. Although he wasn't afraid of them, he didn't want to cause any trouble for them. So, he jumped into the cave and destroyed the entrance. After half a day, they had successfully passed through the underground tunnel and reached the outskirts of the city. This place was spacious and empty, so even if the Poisonous Widow and the Axe Gang chased after them, it would be difficult for them to find their whereabouts. "Old mister, these are your crystals." They were sold for a total of 8,600 crystals, and 7,200 of them belonged to you. "Please take a look at them." The plump shopkeeper distributed the crystals and handed them over to him gratefully. "Old mister, you have given me a new lease on life, and I will never forget your kindness." The plump shopkeeper was extremely grateful to him. He was originally an ordinary shopkeeper who was on the verge of bankruptcy, but who would have expected that Suyu would help him turn his situation around and turn him into a wealthy family? The remaining 1,400 crystals would be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. Even if he wanted to do business, he would still be able to open a large shop. Moreover, with his intelligence, he might even be able to do great things in the future. Suyu didn't count them, but took out 1,000 crystals. "I don't take advantage of people. Take it. Consider it a repayment for forcing you to leave your hometown, as well as a small subsidy for your business." "This is..." The plump shopkeeper was startled, as this was 1,000 crystals. Even most fairies wouldn't have such a great amount of wealth. Suyu threw it into a small spatial ring, then threw it into the shopkeeper's bosom. He then said calmly, "Take care of yourself." The plump shopkeeper looked at Suyu's back in a daze. He felt an indescribable sourness in his heart, as he was used to the fickleness of human nature and the vicissitudes of life. Plop! The plump shopkeeper kowtowed to Suyu's back as tears welled up in his eyes. "I, Hu Xiaodai, swear that I will one day repay your great kindness." Chapter 750. After Suyu returned to the city, he headed toward the Yuan family's residence. However, after he had just taken a few steps into the city, he stopped and turned around, then went back to the outskirts and entered the wilderness. "There is no one here, so you can come out now," Suyu said calmly as he looked at a place in front of him. After a moment of silence, it seemed as if no one had responded, but Suyu continued to stare at that spot. "Hihi, what a powerful perception. How surprising." All of a sudden, a mass of black demonic energy shot out of the ground and condensed into a human figure. As the black demonic energy converged, an old man wearing a black robe appeared. His eyes were dim and emitted a cold glint. "A demonic cultivator?" Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. "I'm an outer sanctum elder of the soul-seizing palace. My surname is Liao. May I know your name?" Elder Liao asked. Suyu replied calmly, "You don't need to know my name, and I don't need to know how you managed to track me. I just want to know why you tracked me here." Elder Liao didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I like your straightforward character. Since that's the case, I won't hide anything from you. You are an intermediate alchemist, so why don't you follow me and join the soul-seizing palace? Only there will you be able to display your talents and obtain more benefits," Elder Liao said. In fact, Suyu could join some faction to further his cultivation. Jojo had many experts, and with Suyu's cultivation, even if he returned to the Zhenlong clan's territory, he wouldn't be able to protect them. If a faction was willing to accommodate him and let him cultivate, Suyu wouldn't reject it. As the soul-seizing palace was one of the 18 factions in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, as well as one of the most powerful demonic factions, Suyu should join it. However, it was a pity that he had too many grudges against the soul-seizing palace. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, countless geniuses from the soul-seizing palace had died at his hands. Even Cho Ziming, who was favored the most, had died at his hands. If he went to the soul-seizing palace now, wouldn't he be sending himself into a tiger's den? "What if I refuse?" Suyu asked. Elder Liao still wore a faint smile, but his gaze was ice-cold. "Then, I can only apologize and send you on your way. Rather than letting another faction get you, it would be better for me to bury you here." Upon hearing this, Suyu laughed. "Your soul-seizing palace is still as overbearing as before." Elder Liao furrowed his brows. "Oh? From your tone, it seems like the soul-seizing palace has offended you before." Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "It can't be considered as an offense. After all the people who were offended have been killed. Can you tell me who you are?" Elder Liao narrowed his eyes. Suyu revealed a playful expression. "I think you should ask about the geniuses of the soul-seizing palace who died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, such as Cho Ziming." If he had not mentioned Cho Ziming, it would have been fine. However, there were more than 30 soul-seizing palace's disciples who had died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. However, Cho Ziming had been killed by someone, and that person had even auctioned off his high-grade divine artifact dagger in front of everyone. It was also this person who had almost killed Jiyu Taishu's clone, a 9th-grade fairy. The clone of the Red Blood Palace's elder Zi Qianqiu, who was at the level 6 fairy realm, was directly wiped out. Moreover, that person had a name. It was a name that was quite famous in the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum, Su Yu. You are Su Yu. Elder Liao's pupils contracted, and fear welled up in his heart. If it was really that Su Yu, who only possessed a 7th-grade fairy's fighting prowess, then it was unknown whether he would be a match for him. Su Yu revealed a playful smile as he said, "Congratulations. You got it right. Run." Elder Liao was shocked, and he immediately turned around to flee. His face turned green, as he had just come here to recruit an alchemist. How could he have expected that he would end up running into such a monster? "Hey, you came just in time. I don't have the energy to deal with some matters, so you can take care of them for me." Su Yu revealed a smile as he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Black clouds immediately started surging in the night sky, while a giant eye appeared in the sky. A boundless heavenly might surged out of it, and it seemed like the eye of heaven. Elder Liao's whole body shuddered when he was stared at by the eye. He felt like a toad that was being stared at by a snake, and he instinctively stopped moving. As he raised his head and looked at the sky, he was overwhelmed with shock. Heaven. Heaven's eye. His intuition was telling him that the eye could kill him with a single thought. "Do you want to become my slave, or do you want to die now?" Su Yu walked over to him and spoke calmly. "You have 3 breaths time to think about it." Slave. Elder Liao didn't even give it a second thought. Since he was a demonic cultivator, it seemed like he didn't care about anything other than his own life. The cruel demonic path's environment made him realize just how precious life was. "Fine. Relax your mind and resist it," Su Yu said. Bitterness welled up in Elder Liao's heart, but he didn't dare to disobey him. Su Yu took a deep breath, then used the Heaven's Sun Gazing at Air Technique's Soul Control Realm technique. Heaven's Sun Gazing at Air. Su Yu shouted in a low voice, while 2 mysterious soul lights shot out of his eyes and entered his opponent's soul. In the Soul Control Realm, Su Yu could use his soul to control experts who were a whole realm higher than him. He could kill them with a single thought, as well as control their consciousness. If Su Yu didn't order him to do so, he wouldn't even know that he was being controlled. In the Zhenlong continent, when Su Yu was fighting many Saint Masters at the bottom of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, he had caused the 6th Saint Master, who was under his control, to suddenly launch an attack and injure the 5th Saint Master. At that time, the 6th Saint Master didn't even know that he was being controlled. Unless Elder Liao managed to advance to the Divine Master realm, he wouldn't be able to break free from Su Yu's control. "If you are obedient, I can let you keep your consciousness, and I might even give you back your freedom. But, if you don't know what's good for you, then I can erase your consciousness and turn you into my puppet. So, if you harbor any disloyal thoughts, you should consider them carefully," Su Yu said. Elder Liao felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as he wondered, "Why did I have to run into such a freak?" "Well, your old servant will follow your instructions," Elder Liao said. Su Yu nodded. He wasn't afraid that Elder Liao would find a way to break free from his control. After all, if it was that easy, then Su Yu would have to re-evaluate the Heaven's Sun Gazing at Air technique's value. "You can just call me young master. Also, how many of these ingredients can you gather?" Su Yu asked as he handed over the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's recipe. Elder Liao took it and swept his gaze over it, then raised his brows slightly. "A middle-grade recipe? No, judging from its refining conditions, it doesn't seem like a modern recipe. Could it be an ancient recipe?" He could discern the origin of the recipe with just a single glance. Su Yu was slightly surprised by this, and he wondered, is Elder Liao an alchemist? After Elder Liao recovered from his shock, he furrowed his brows and said, "Young master, the other ingredients are still acceptable, as they are quite popular even in the modern world of elixirs. But, there is one ingredient that has already gone extinct in Jojo, such as the heartbroken zither grass. It contains a deadly poison, and it can harm people's souls immeasurably. It's rumored that the ancient alchemists used it as a component of poisonous pills, but even in the current era, it still doesn't have any use. Moreover, Jojo's environment is different from the ancient era to the current era, so this ingredient has already gone extinct. It's impossible to find it again. Extinct. Suyu furrowed his brows, as this was an excellent elixir for refining one's soul power. Is there not even a single one of them? Suyu asked. Elder Liao shook his head. There isn't. At least, in the past 10,000 years, no one has ever heard of such an item appearing. Moreover, even if it did appear, it would be abandoned, and no one would use it. So, it's quite difficult to find it. The only things that can be found are its seeds. Seeds? Suyu's heart shuddered. Do you know where I can find seeds? Elder Liao was startled by this, and he wondered. What can seeds do? However, he still spoke quickly. The soul-seizing palace has some of them, but young master, the current era's vital energy isn't the same as the ancient era's, so it's unlikely for those seeds to survive. Young master, why don't you reconsider? Delight flickered in Suyu's eyes as he replied, I don't need them. I just want the seeds. Moreover, as for the other ingredients, please try your best to find them for me. Elder Liao opened his mouth, as seeds were easier to find than other ingredients. This was because most medicinal ingredients only had a short period of time to mature, and if they weren't plucked in time, they would wither. However, this wasn't the case for seeds. I understand. Young master, should I go there now? Elder Liao asked for Suyu's permission. Suyu shook his head. There is no need. Before I leave the Blue Mountain Range, I will be in the city, and I will come whenever you call me. Suyu couldn't fight for long before his internal blood energy channels recovered, so he needed help. Elder Liao's cultivation was at the level 7 fairy realm, and he could be considered one of the strongest people in the Blue Mountain Range. Understood. The two of them quickly left, pretending that they didn't know each other. A short while after they left, a handsome young man, who was clad in a white, luxurious robe, descended gracefully. He had a jade-like face, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and they could charm countless young girls. His tall figure and outstanding temperament made the noble young master look even more heroic. Heavenly might. The young man looked at the remnant heavenly might in the sky, and shock appeared on his face. Could such a small city like the Blue Mountain Range contain such a great evil power? Heavenly might usually appeared in places where evil people wreaked havoc, so it was quite unusual for it to appear in such a place. Young master, are we going directly to the Yuan family to give them the betrothal gifts? After the young man landed, 100 robust men followed him, each carrying a fiery red, precious betrothal gift. The young man shook his head calmly. Of course not. Although I followed my father's wishes and agreed to this arranged marriage, it doesn't mean that I will accept her. You should look for a place to settle down, while I make some inquiries in the city. I want to see what my fiancé's character is like. After he spoke, the young man turned into a blur and disappeared into the city. Suyu, who was in the middle of flying, subconsciously looked at the outskirts of the city. His intuition told him that he had sensed a powerful aura. Suyu's heart shuddered. The Blue Mountain Range really had many hidden experts. He felt like he should keep a low profile. After he returned to the Yuan family's residence, Suyu immediately went to the second Mrs. private room. Uncle Su, why did you leave for so long? Yingying was so worried about you. Yuan Yingying hugged Suyu's arm. Suyu smiled. After thinking for a moment, he took out a space ring and took out 3,000 crystals. This is your share. If you don't have enough materials to practice alchemy in the future, you won't have to worry about running out of money. Suyu casually passed the ring to her. Yuan Yingying was taken aback, and when she sent her soul into the ring, her eyes widened. Wow! So much. You are even richer than me. Chapter 751. I got it, Uncle Su. Yuan Yingying chuckled and planted a kiss on Suyu's cheek. Uncle Su, you're really good to me, and I really want to be with you forever. Suyu stroked his cheek. He was the same age as Yuan Yingying, yet this lass really treated him like an amiable elder. Well, Grandpa, are you still shy? Yuan Yingying widened her eyes and said earnestly, if you were 80 years younger, I would be willing to marry you. Even if I had to run away from my marriage, I would still want to be with you. Suyu didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, as he was really just 20 years old. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's start refining the elixir. This time, I will only refine it 3 times. Suyu took out 3 portions of the fairy expansion pill's ingredients. However, I won't refine a 3rd grade spirit pill, but a 4th grade one. 1 portion will be used as a backup, while the other 2 portions will be refined by both of us. A 4th grade spirit pill? Yuan Yingying shook her head. It's impossible, as my current extreme limit elixir manufacturing technique is far from enough. Suyu revealed a faint smile and said, if I help you, then it might still be possible. In any case, just take out 1 portion and give it a try. As Suyu urged her, Yuan Yingying took the materials from Suyu skeptically. When she had just touched them, she exclaimed in shock, "Ah, what a pure material. I can't even detect a single impurity in it." She finally realized that it was Suyu who had done it. "Uncle Su, how did you manage to achieve it? It's really amazing. How did you manage to purify the materials so easily? I have never seen such a pure material. Even my father couldn't purify it to such a degree." Yuan Yingying's eyes became as wide as pearls. Suyu chuckled and said, "Let's quickly refine the elixir. The longer it is left in the air, the lower its purity will be." Yuan Yingying was filled with questions. She was really curious about what kind of elixir he could refine with such a pure material. Her face was filled with excitement as she started refining it. Refining the fairy expansion pill was already a piece of cake for her and Suyu, so they quickly started refining it. After 2 hours, Yuan Yingying's face was filled with sweat. She clenched her teeth and said, "The purer the material is, the more difficult it will be to fuse it. It's twice as difficult to refine as a 3rd grade spirit pill." When she was concocting a 3rd grade fairy expansion pill, she could easily fuse the pill, but now, she couldn't do it smoothly for a long time. Time passed slowly, and after a full hour, the pill fusion was still progressing slowly. 2 hours later, a buzzing sound could be heard from the cauldron. The medicinal pills had been successfully combined. Yuan Yingying slumped weakly to the ground, her whole body drenched in sweat. She looked as if she was on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, I'm still pushing myself to concoct a grade 4 spirit pill. I barely succeeded. I wonder how the medicinal pill will turn out. Suyu opened the elixir furnace. However, at that moment, a shockwave of an explosion came from within the elixir furnace. Not good. Suyu had an ominous feeling as he protected Yuan Yingying. Amidst the pill chi that filled the air, one could vaguely see a dark purple pill with 4 bamboo leaves surrounding it. Accompanied by an explosion, it broke through the roof and shot outside in one breath. Fortunately, the commotion here wasn't too big, so it didn't attract too much attention. After Suyu ascertained that Yuan Yingying was safe and sound, he rushed to the roof to clean up the broken pieces, then cleaned up the mess on the ground. Only then did he return to the pill refinement room and pretend that nothing had happened. "Uncle Su, father didn't discover us, did he?" Yuan Yingying stuck out her tongue in alarm. "I didn't expect that a grade 4 spirit pill's pressure would be so great. My cauldron's grade isn't high enough, so it exploded." Suyu was speechless. "But, I saw it clearly, and the pill was successfully concocted. Let's switch to a high-grade cauldron and start concocting the fairy expansion pills for us." Yuan Yingying's big eyes flickered with excitement as she nodded. The Yuan family's master was in his study, calmly reading alchemy books. All of a sudden, his expression changed, and he looked in the direction of Yuan Yingying's courtyard in surprise. He saw a round pearl flying in his direction. Feeling baffled, the Yuan clan's clan head subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. A pill. When the Yuan family's master opened his palm, a dense and bewitching smell of a pill assaulted his nostrils. When he got a clear look at the pill, he was startled. A grade 4 fairy expansion pill. It was dark purple in color, and it had 4 bamboo leaves. If it wasn't a grade 4 spirit pill, what could it be? The Yuan family's master was overwhelmed with shock, as there were only 3 people in the whole Blue Mountain range who could concoct grade 4 spirit pills. If this pill wasn't concocted by him, Then could it have been concocted by the Elixir Production Alliance? Wait. The Yuan family's master realized that something was amiss, so he asked with a grave expression, "Is it another fairy expansion pill?" Now, a large number of Grade 3 fairy expansion pills had caused a huge commotion in the Blue Mountain Range. It was rumored that the Poisonous Widow and the Axe Gang were fighting each other over the pills. Soon after, they were chased by other factions, and half of the Poisonous Widow's 6 fairy realm experts were killed in just half a day's time, while the Axe Gang suffered great losses. As for the person who concocted the pills, he had yet to reveal himself. Moreover, the only person who knew about this matter was the elixir store's shopkeeper, Hu Xiaodai. What the Yuan family's master didn't expect was that a Grade 4 fairy expansion pill would fly right in front of him. His intuition was telling him that the person who concocted the pill was in the Yuan family. The Yuan family's master's expression became gloomy as he thought to himself, "Great. You borrowed my Yuan family's financial resources and secretly practiced alchemy techniques. You finally managed to become an intermediate alchemist. Can you now make Grade 4 spirit pills?" The Yuan family's master was obviously referring to the family's 10 primary alchemists. Only 3 of them were members of the Yuan family, while the other 7 were hired with a large sum of money. If it was a member of the Yuan family who managed to make a breakthrough, the Yuan family's master would surely be overjoyed. However, why would the Yuan family's primary alchemists need to practice in secret? If his guess wasn't wrong, they should be 7 primary alchemists hired from outside, who had borrowed the Yuan family's resources to become intermediate alchemists. Although the Yuan family's master was angry, he didn't dare to reprimand them. He didn't even dare to question them. Now that they had become intermediate alchemists, they could already stand on equal footing with him. If he said something inappropriate and scared them away, then they would join the Elixir Production Alliance, which would make the Yuan family's future even more miserable. The Yuan family's master could only take advantage of this opportunity to persuade them to stay. Su Yu and Yuan Yingying were completely unaware of such a scene, as they continued making the Grade 4 fairy expansion pills. After a whole day of hard work, they finally managed to get 2 Grade 4 fairy expansion pills. As long as their internal blood energy channels recovered, they would be able to start advancing into the fairy realm. Yingying, there are only 4 days left before the Yuan family's competition, and it's time for you to show off your abilities. So, don't make elixirs in the next few days, and just cultivate properly. As Su Yu spoke, he took out a cloud-galloping horse from the 9 jade spiritual pearl. You should properly refine this object in the next 4 days, as it will be quite beneficial to you. Yuan Yingying, who came from an alchemist family, was quite knowledgeable, and she was startled by just a single look at it. It was rumored that the cloud-galloping horse grew in regions with dense spiritual energy, and it was extremely difficult to find one. As such, it was extremely useful for helping a 3 crystals half-fairy to advance to the fairy realm. If a 3 crystals half-fairy consumed it, there was an 80% chance that he would advance to the fairy realm. Moreover, a 2 crystals half-fairy can also advance into the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. She was so delighted that she couldn't conceal her smile. "This is my first time seeing a living cloud-galloping horse. You should start consuming it," Su Yu said. He also took out a pure young vital return pill to treat her internal blood energy channels. Time elapsed in the blink of an eye. After 4 days, Yuan Yingying managed to advance into the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, and she even reached the peak of the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. It was also on this day that the Yuan family's exam began. This exam was held once every quarter, and it was meant to test the family's younger generation's power. In the past, only a few core family elders had come to observe it, but this time, it was held in a grand manner. Not only were the family's core elders invited, but several primary alchemists were also invited. Moreover, even the branch's manager was invited. The number of participants was 3 times higher than usual, and it was extremely lively. "What's going on this quarter? Why is it so intense?" The branch's manager couldn't understand the family master's intentions. Normally, they didn't need to come to such a quarter's exam, as they could just let the branch's children participate in it. However, the family master had ordered them to attend this quarter's exam. "It's really strange. Look, Even Elder Pajuan has come. I remember that he was sent to keep an eye on that elixir store. Why was he called back? Everyone was bewildered, and even Yuan Wanbi, who prided herself on her intelligence, couldn't understand her father's intentions. After a short while, the Yuan family's master arrived. Everyone, please calm down. This year's exam is about to begin, so I have to say a few words first. The Yuan family's master wore a radiant smile as he said, "My Yuan family has many geniuses among its younger generation, and I'm quite pleased with them. Thus, I prepared a pleasant surprise as a reward for this year's exam." The crowd was startled. A pleasant surprise. In the past, the first place would only get 20 crystals and a third-grade spirit pill. So, what would be the reward for this year's exam? The reward for this year's exam is a 4th-grade fairy expansion pill. The Yuan family's master shouted loudly. He then took out a jade bottle, which contained a dark purple, 4-patterned pill. Upon hearing him, the crowd was startled. A 4th-grade spirit pill was something that only the family master could refine. However, it was extremely taxing on him, and he would usually only be able to refine one pill after 6 days of seclusion. The family master, who was extremely busy every day, didn't have the time to refine such a pill in a year. In fact, he could only refine 3 or 4 of them at most, and he would only use them when necessary. As for the fairy expansion pill, which was used for the younger generation's breakthroughs, he didn't even consider it. However, the family master had unexpectedly refined an additional one, 4th grade. Won't this pill's chances of advancing into the fairy realm increase by more than a single fold? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. It's not just a 10% chance. A 1st-grade fairy expansion pill has a 30% chance of advancing into the 2nd grade, a 10% chance of advancing into the 3rd grade, and a 15% chance of advancing into the 4th grade. If I'm not mistaken, then this 4th-grade fairy expansion pill has a 60% chance of advancing into the next realm. As long as one's luck isn't bad, he will be able to advance into the next realm. As for whether he will be able to survive the heavenly tribulation, that's another matter entirely. The appearance of such a pill caused many of the younger generation's pupils to contract. Even Yuan Wanbi's face was filled with delight, and her pretty eyes flickered with delight. A 4th-grade spirit pill was still too far away for her. As she looked at her father, she was quite grateful. She knew that this pill must have been prepared for her, as she had always gotten the first place in every seasonal exam. She was grateful to him, and she couldn't help but admire him. After all, she was the only middle-stage alchemist in the family who could refine 4th-grade spirit pills. She really hoped that she could reach this level. However, among the crowd, only Su Yu and Yuan Yingying, who had a guilty conscience, looked at each other with odd expressions on their faces. Chapter 752. The Yuan family's master was quite satisfied with this, so he announced the start of the competition. The reward of a 4th-grade spirit elixir greatly stimulated the group of juniors to fight with all their might. Su Yu, who was standing outside of the arena, nodded from time to time. Their fighting prowess was remarkable, and their cultivations were also quite impressive. At least 10% of the Yuan family's 1,000 participants were at the half-fairy realm, which was quite impossible in the Zhenlong world. The battles lasted from dawn until dusk, and in the end, only 10 people were left. Yuan Wanbi was invincible, and even people at the same level as her couldn't face her. Apart from her, there were 2 other 3 crystals half-fairies, while the rest were all 2 crystals half-fairies. Wait. When the 10 strongest people stood on the arena, a commotion broke out among the crowd. They all looked at one person in disbelief. It was the second Miss, Yuan Yingying. Her cultivation wasn't too bad, as she was a 1-crystal half-fairy, which meant that she was stronger than most of her peers in the family. However, she had never managed to enter the top 100. Now that she was standing in the top 10, they were all dumbfounded. Even the Yuan family's master was dumbfounded. He was so focused on the 7 intermediate alchemists that he didn't notice that his daughter had managed to surpass all her opponents and reach the top 10. He was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. The other uncles in the family were also shocked, but no one doubted her. This was because they all thought of the same person. It was her master, the almighty divine master. It was obvious that he was the one who guided Yuan Yingying, which allowed her power to advance by leaps and bounds. Yuan Wanbi, who was on the same arena as her, was greatly shaken, and she looked at her younger sister in disbelief. Half a month ago, she had been a weak and useless follower that she loathed, but now, she was standing in front of her and ranked among the top 10. Jealousy, resentment, anger, worry, and many other emotions welled up in her heart. All right, let's start the final battle. The Yuan family's master's gaze was filled with expectation as he paid close attention to Yuan Yingying's competition. The outcome of the battle shocked everyone. She had managed to easily defeat all of her opponents, and all 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts were defeated in just a few moves. Yuan Yingying's cultivation techniques were quite detailed, and they weren't particularly outstanding. But her cultivation shocked everyone. A peak 3 crystals half-fairy realm expert? The Yuan family's master was dumbfounded. Many of the uncles in the clan also widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. If he remembered correctly, half a month ago, he hadn't even reached the 1 crystal half-fairy realm. Yet, in such a short time, he had already reached the peak of the half-fairy realm. He was only a step away from becoming a fairy. Everyone was shocked and envious at the same time. It was great to be able to receive guidance from a divine master. Even a mortal could rise to the heavens. Of course, Yuan Wanbi was also quite sharp, and she defeated all of her opponents in just a few moves. Finally, in the end, only the 2 sisters remained. All right, little sister, it's hard for me not to be envious. I've painstakingly cultivated for 10 years, but I can't compare to your 1 stroke of good luck. Yuan Wanbi felt extremely uncomfortable. She had never expected that her useless younger sister would be able to fight against her. Yuan Yingying sighed silently. Who would know how hard she had worked behind the scenes? All they saw was luck, but in reality, even if her cultivation had increased in half a month, half of it was due to the pills she had worked hard to refine. There was no such thing as a divine master teacher. The only person who understood her was that grandpa. Yuan Yingying felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Apart from her father, Su Yu was the person she was closest to. As Yuan Yingying looked at her elder sister, who was filled with hatred, her desire to get her elder sister's approval became weaker. So, what did it matter if she didn't get her elder sister's approval? She had her father, Uncle Su, and her beloved alchemy techniques. All of these things were enough for her. Let's fight. Let me see how powerful my younger sister has become after not seeing her for half a month. Yuan Wanbi's eyes shone with confidence as she looked at the 4th grade spirit pill. If she got this pill, she would surely be able to advance to the fairy realm. She was determined to get it. However, Yuan Yingying revealed a faint smile and said, I admit defeat. Big sister, you can take that pill. As he said that, he walked down the stage on his own, much to the astonishment of the crowd. Even Yuan Wanbi herself was startled by this, as she had assumed that her younger sister would fight over this precious pill with all her might. Only the Yuan family's master sighed. His heart was filled with pity and guilt. He knew that his younger daughter didn't want to hurt her sisterly feelings, so she gave up on the pill. It was just like how she had accepted her elder sister's engagement. However, all of this didn't earn her elder sister's gratitude. Yuan Wanbi understood what Yuan Yingying was thinking, so she curled up the corners of her mouth and said, You're still as cowardly and loathsome as always. Yuan Yingying's body trembled slightly as she walked down the stage. She clenched her fists, but in the end, she put them down and quietly went back to Su Yu's side. Why didn't she fight? She wouldn't be able to withstand even a single soul attack, Su Yu said calmly. Yuan Yingying lowered her head and looked at her feet. She forced a smile and said, It's because we're sisters. If big sister wants that pill, I can just let her have it. In any case, I have Uncle Su here, so I don't lack elixirs. Su Yu revealed an amiable smile and said, When I taught you the soul attack technique, I knew that you would do such a thing. Although it wasn't what I wanted, I'm glad that you were able to persevere and not let your pure heart be clouded by hatred. Yuan Yingying's dispirited mood suddenly recovered, and she stuck her tongue out at Su Yu. Are you praising me or criticizing me? Su Yu didn't reply to her, as he just calmly watched the last part of the award ceremony. The Yuan family's master stood up and wore a smile on his face. Everyone's performance was brilliant. My Yuan family's children should be like this. Congratulations to Yuan Wanbi for this time's prize. The Yuan family's master held the jade bottle, but he didn't immediately hand it over to Yuan Wanbi. Instead, he said, "Moreover, I have another delightful piece of news. Our Yuan family has produced a second intermediate alchemist." When the crowd heard this, they all went into an uproar. What? An intermediate alchemist? Another intermediate alchemist? The crowd cried out in shock. They were even more shocked than when Yuan Yingying had killed her way into her previous life. Who? Who is it? Our Yuan family has produced another intermediate alchemist. The crowd let out a tsunami-like roar. This was the Yuan family's most joyous occasion in the past few decades. The reason why the Elixir Production Alliance was able to suppress the Yuan family was because they had two intermediate alchemists. Now that a new intermediate alchemist had appeared in the Yuan family, what did this signify? It signified that the Yuan family would be able to win this round. The Yuan family's master looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Quiet down, as this is a joyous occasion for our Yuan family. After the Blue Mountain meet ends tomorrow, we will surely hold a banquet for the whole family." He didn't state the identity of the new intermediate alchemist, as he didn't know who it was. He just wanted to use this method to tell that alchemist that the Yuan family was sincerely inviting him to stay. This was all he could do. The 7 primary alchemists, who were the most suspicious among the crowd, were all clapping their hands and applauding him. Only Su Yu and Yuan Yingying were confused. "Uncle Su, what should we do? Why don't you come out now?" Yuan Yingying didn't know what to do. Su Yu muttered to himself for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There is no need. Just come out on the day of the banquet. You have been in the limelight for a long time, so let your family members digest this news first." Yuan Yingying nodded obediently and said, "I will listen to you." In the end, Yuan Wanbi got the elixir. She held it in her hand and walked over to Su Yu and Yuan Yingying discreetly. She then looked at Yuan Yingying with a faint smile and said, "Sister, I am indebted to you for letting me have it, so I won't stand on ceremony. With this elixir, the gap between us will be widened once again." Yuan Yingying just chuckled and didn't reply. "Regardless of what kind of teacher you have, you were once inferior to me, and you will still be inferior to me in the future." Yuan Wanbi chuckled and held the elixir delightedly. She then planned to leave. However, at this moment, an urgent report from a guard came from outside. "Family Master, young Master Zhao has arrived with a group of people." The only person who could be addressed as young Master Zhao was the Elixir Production Alliance's Zhao Yin. His cultivation had reached the level 2 fairy realm, which meant that he was even more powerful than many of the elders. The group of guards couldn't resist him any longer, so Zhao Yin brought 2 servants with him and charged into the martial field. "Zhao Yin, what kind of place do you take my Yuan family for? Even your father isn't qualified to barge in here, yet you are even more unyielding than him." The Yuan family's master's expression became gloomy and he flew into a rage. The Yuan family was indeed being oppressed by the Elixir Production Alliance, and they were even forced to sacrifice their second miss to ease the tension. However, barging into the Yuan family was a great humiliation. No matter how cowardly the Yuan family was, it was impossible for them to swallow their anger. "Zhao Yin, since you dared to barge in here today, you should be prepared to never get out. Big clans have their own pride. You have done something you shouldn't have," defeating armies said in a stern voice. The members of the Yuan clan all cast angry gazes at him. This was simply going too far. Zhao Yin had a radiant smile on his face. He didn't take the Yuan family seriously at all, and he casually tossed out a small token from his pocket. The Yuan family head didn't even turn his head as he sucked it in through the air and spread it on his palm. Only then did he lower his gaze to take a look. After reading it, Patriarch Yuan's pupils shrank. After a long moment of silence, he casually tossed the token back and said in a deep voice, "Fine, I'll give you a chance to speak. If you can't tell me the reason why you barged into the Yuan clan, no matter who the owner of the token is, don't even think of leaving here alive. I, Yuan, am a man of my word." Zhao Yin, who had kept the token, had a calm expression on his face. He chuckled and said, Yuan family head, you're being too serious. I'm merely here to issue a challenge. It's just that a few of your Yuan family's servants were blind and wanted to stop me. I am your future son-in-law. Isn't it just a matter of time before I enter the Yuan family? Why are you taking it so seriously? As he spoke, he looked at Yuan Yingying with a smile. Yuan Yingying hid behind Su Yu subconsciously and hugged his arm. It seemed like she was relying on him. Zhao Yin's gaze became ice-cold as he looked at Su Yu. Yuan Wanbi was violated by this old bastard, and even my fiancé has been won over by him. His old and new hatred welled up in his heart. Zhao Yin sneered coldly and averted his gaze. He then looked at the Yuan family head and said, As I said, I came here to issue a challenge on the orders of that great lord. Chapter 753. Zhao Yin chuckled. This challenge letter is quite special, as it contains a bet. A bet? Please go back. My family doesn't need to bet with you. The Yuan family's master rejected him without hesitation. The Yuan family was in a disadvantageous position, as they had fewer chips than the Elixir Production Alliance. Although the bet seemed fair to both sides, it wasn't. If the Yuan family lost one of their chips, their situation would become even worse. They would lose their last chance to turn the situation around, and they would fall into a disadvantageous position. As for the Elixir Production Alliance, even if they lost one of their chips, it wouldn't harm their foundation, and they would still be able to suppress the Yuan family. So, why would he agree to a bet that would only bring harm to the Yuan family? Why don't you listen to the contents of the bet? Zhao Yin said mysteriously, if your family wins, you can choose one of the 9 markets controlled by the Elixir Production Alliance, and it will be your family's territory. Don't tell me that you don't know how much profit a market can make every year. Upon hearing this, the infuriated Yuan family members gradually calmed down. A market? Just the rent alone was more than 30,000 crystals. This was a great fortune. Moreover, the Yuan family could sell a large number of their elixirs and monopolize the market, which would bring them even greater profits. Even the Yuan family's master was tempted. Ever since the two sides started fighting, there had never been a case where a market had been taken away. If they could get one market, it would greatly improve the Yuan family's situation. What if we lose? Will we give you a market? The Yuan family's master asked. Zhao Yin shook his head. No, if we lose, we will only ask for one person. Ask for one person? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. The Yuan family already had their master and several core elders, so who could possibly be worth a market? Who? The Yuan family's master asked. Zhao Yin chuckled coldly and pointed at Su Yu. I want him. The crowd immediately went into an uproar, as the person Zhao Yin wanted was unexpectedly Su Yu. The Yuan family's master was still confused. Young Master Zhao, are you trying to fool us? Explain yourself clearly. Zhao Yin had come here with such a large force just to ask for a janitor. Zhao Yin's face was ice-cold, and he sneered as he walked toward Su Yu. He looked at Su Yu coldly and said, I want him. Are you clear? Everyone was extremely puzzled and stared at the two of them without blinking. He had just finished speaking when he saw Su Yu take a few steps back and touch his nose. Mr. Zhao, he said, I am a pure man, and I do not have such fetishes. You want me, but I do not want you. Pucci Yuan Yingying couldn't hold back her laughter. She immediately covered her mouth and glared at Zhao Yin. Are you crazy? What do you want to do to Uncle Su? I don't want to do anything, I just want him. When Zhao Yin noticed that the people around him were laughing at him, he became angry. I want him to work for my Elixir Production Alliance. The people of the Yuan clan finally understood that there seemed to be some hatred between the two of them. Yuan Wanbi blinked her pretty eyes and walked over with an ice-cold expression. She stood in front of Su Yu and scolded him. Zhao Yin, are you crazy? Why did you find trouble with him for no reason? It would have been better if she hadn't helped Su Yu, but now that she had obstructed him, Zhao Yin was infuriated. He was now even more certain that Su Yu had gotten hold of Yuan Wanbi's weakness, and he had probably already taken advantage of her, forcing her to submit to him and obey him. As he thought of this, hatred welled up in his heart. I already said that I only have one request. Yuan family's master, do you accept it or not? Just say it. The Yuan family's master's heart thumped, as he knew that he could exchange an unrelated person for the entire market. This was a choice that everyone would make. No. Father, you mustn't accept it. Otherwise, I won't live anymore. Yuan Yingying was quite decisive. The Yuan family's master looked at his daughter, then at Su Yu. He pondered this for a moment before he sighed and said, "Young Master Zhao, please go back. Such a bet is meaningless." He knew that his daughter had been with this old man in the family recently, and they had a good relationship. If he lost this bet, his pitiful daughter would have no one to talk to, and she might even hate him. Yuan Wanbi was infuriated by her meddlesome younger sister. However, Zhao Yin was determined to take advantage of the Yuan family. "Is that so? I advise you to consider it carefully. Otherwise, you won't need to participate in tomorrow's Blue Mountain meet. You know better than anyone else the relationship between that great elder and the Elixir Production Alliance." Zhao Yin didn't hide his threat at all. The Yuan family's master squinted his eyes, while killing intent welled up in his heart. Why would the Yuan family lower its head to the Elixir Production Alliance and be forced to marry off one of their daughters? One of the reasons was that great elder's interference. Otherwise, with the Yuan family's master's temperament, he wouldn't have compromised with the Elixir Production Alliance. The family's core elders also shot meaningful glances at each other, as they were all afraid of that great elder. The Yuan family's master was struggling to make up his mind. However, at this moment, Su Yu spoke, "Hehe, Yuan family's master, why do you need to worry? Since the Elixir Production Alliance is offering you a market, then you should just accept it." "Hey!" The Yuan family's master opened his eyes and looked at Su Yu. This old man had an extraordinary bearing, and he always gave him a different feeling. Now that he had spoken so confidently, could it be that he had a way to deal with him? After the Yuan family's master mulled it over for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine. Zhao Yin, if you can represent the Elixir Production Alliance, then we will sign this bet. If you can't, then you can go back to where you came from." Zhao Yin sneered coldly. "You can set your mind at ease, as I have already gotten the Elixir Production Alliance's approval." As he spoke, he threw an oath scroll at Su Yu. Su Yu wasn't unfamiliar with this object, as it was extremely restrictive, and even fairies wouldn't be able to break free from it. The Elixir Production Alliance's 2 big shots blood drops were written on it, and its contents were already written down. Now, all that was left was for the Yuan family's master to agree to it. The Yuan family's master bit his finger and dripped a drop of his blood into it. The oath scroll turned into 2 phantom images, each of which flew into the hands of a person. Ha ha ha. Good. Yuan family's master is really straightforward. Tomorrow, our 2 clans will compete in the arena, and whoever can last until the end will be the winner. Zhao Yin held the ancient scroll's phantom image in his hand and laughed heartily as he left. Before he left, he glared at Su Yu coldly, as if he was telling him that Su Yu's death had come. What is the Elixir Production Alliance planning to do by using a whole street in exchange for Su Yu's life? Su Yu squinted his eyes, as he felt like something was amiss. It was fine if Zhao Yin was the only one who acted rashly, but why were the 2 intermediate alchemists also so muddle-headed as to allow Zhao Yin to do as he pleased? The Yuan family's master also had this question, as he felt like something was amiss. After they left the Yuan family, one of Zhao Yin's lackeys couldn't help but sneer coldly. The Yuan family's stupid pigs really thought that they had gotten a great bargain. They didn't know that they had just missed out on a great opportunity. That old man is probably the Central Prefecture's most wanted criminal, and his head is worth 10 million crystals. 10 million, just thinking about it. Shut up. How can you leak this matter? If Liao Zhong learns about it, he will exterminate your whole family. Zhao Yin said coldly. Yes, yes. The lackeys quickly shut up. After they returned to the house, Yuan Yingying wore an apologetic look as she said, "Uncle Su, I won't let them snatch you away from me tomorrow." Su Yu comforted her for a while, then said with a faint smile, "I'll be fine, as I have Yingying." Yuan Yingying clenched her fists, while her gaze became firm. After she left, Su Yu got lost in his thoughts. For some unknown reason, his chest felt stuffy. After cultivating for so long, he would always have some premonitions about the future. Such a stuffy chest was an ominous sign, as it foretold danger. But what could be in the Blue Mountain Range that could make him feel danger? Zhao Yin's arrival made Su Yu restless, and he felt like a storm was brewing. After Su Yu got lost in his thoughts for a long while, he fell asleep. "Brother Su Yu, it's me. Jingyu, you should quickly escape." In his dream, Su Yu appeared in a boundless wasteland. All of a sudden, a voice echoed out. It was Xia Jingyu. "Jingyu, is this a dream?" Su Yu, who was still in his dream, asked in surprise. It seemed like a dream, yet it also didn't seem like a dream. "Brother Su Yu, I used our divine decree to connect our minds, but it can only last for 10 breaths. So, listen carefully, and don't miss out on anything I say," Xia Jingyu urged him. Su Yu was startled, as this isn't a dream, but a divine decree can connect us, even though we are separated by millions of miles. It's too miraculous. Did Xia Jingyu's divine decree improve again? "Brother Su Yu, you are now in grave danger, as I foretold that your path was suddenly cut off. This means that you will surely die." Xia Jingyu's expression became grave. "Although I don't know the reason behind this, my foresight isn't wrong. So, you must take it to heart." Su Yu asked, "Since my path was cut off, does that mean that I will surely die?" Xia Jingyu quickly replied, "No. A purple light has appeared in your path, and it has obscured your destiny. It is too powerful, and I am unable to predict its true appearance. I only know that it is definitely Brother Su Yu's turning point. So, Brother Su Yu, when you encounter a purple object, remember to seize it. You must remember." Her voice suddenly stopped, as if it had been cut off by something. As for Su Yu, he was still standing on the desolate grassland, not knowing what to do. At that moment, the sky suddenly became extremely glaring. There was clearly only one sun in the sky, but now, 5 golden suns appeared at the same time. The intense heat they emitted turned the entire wasteland into a sea of flames. Su Yu was quickly engulfed by the raging flames. Su Yu was startled, and he suddenly opened his eyes from his dream. What happened? What did Jingyu foresee? What were those 5 golden suns? Was that a dream, or reality? Su Yu sat on the edge of his bed, uncertain. It seemed like a dream, yet it wasn't a dream. It seemed like an illusion, yet it wasn't. That was especially true when the raging flames burned his body. The pain was so real that it didn't seem like a dream. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt a burning pain on his palm. When he lowered his head to take a look, he discovered that a burn mark had appeared on his palm. It was left behind when he was engulfed by the raging flames in his dream. That wasn't a dream. Hundreds of millions of miles away, there was a desolate grassland, which was exactly the same as the wilderness in Su Yu's dream. 5 people, who were shining with golden light, were standing in the wilderness. They were all closing their eyes and chanting some kind of incantation. All of them had a sun and moon crown on their heads. 5 terrifying all-creation old monsters were standing side by side. All of a sudden, the 5 of them opened their eyes at the same time. One of them spoke in a deep, muffled voice, "I found it. I left a mark in the Blue Mountain Range of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands." Chapter 754. The next morning, the sky was blue. Banners fluttered in the wind of Green Mountain Range City as the voices of the people boomed. Countless cultivators headed for the dueling grounds in the center of the city. This was the largest martial arts arena in Tsongshan City. It had existed since the establishment of Tsongshan City. It had a long history and was the holy land in the eyes of Tsongshan City's martial artists. Every day, there would be countless warriors fighting in the city, increasing their strength through actual combat. Today, Tsongshan City welcomed the grandest day of the year. The Tsongshan Conference. The meeting was organized by the Soul-Seizing Palace, and it was held once a year. Its purpose was to recruit outstanding youths from the Blue Mountain Range, and as long as one was able to come out on top in the meeting, he would be able to successfully enter the Soul-Seizing Palace and become an Outer Sanctum disciple. From then on, one's status would skyrocket, like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Crossing this threshold was equivalent to 9 dragons soaring into the sky, receiving the nurturing of a large sect, becoming a dragon amongst men. The 108 forces in the city were all looking forward to this day. The reason why the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance were able to stand out from the rest was that they had trained a large number of the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum disciples. After these disciples returned to the Kang mountain range, they supported their families and quickly rose to power. After a few generations of hard work, the two factions had their current achievements. For the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance, this day was extremely important. Two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, and they had been fighting openly and secretly for hundreds of years. The gap between them had been widened little by little, and a soul-seizing palace's quota was enough to widen the gap between them even further. This was especially true for the Yuan family, as they were determined to win this slot. Moreover, the Yuan family still had a bet. If they could obtain the final victory, they would obtain a market in the Elixir Production Alliance. That was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Thus, no matter what, the Yuan family had to win. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, the Yuan family members were extremely nervous and looked forward to this battle. Many people fixed their gazes on Yuan Wanbi, and they all had high expectations for her. Wanbi, act within your means and don't put too much pressure on yourself. It doesn't matter even if you lose. The Yuan family's master loved his daughter the most, so he comforted her with a gentle voice. Yuan Wanbi clenched her fists. She also wanted to fight for her family's honor and turn her family's situation around. Her father's words touched her heart. However, when he caught a glimpse of Su Yu, his heart became cold again. Compared to the family's interests, his own future was more important. She had to get rid of this man, only then would she be able to preserve her clean reputation, marry into the Shangguan clan, and soar into the sky. On the contrary, the value of a street market was far less than what she could bring by marrying into the Yuan family. Therefore, no matter what, she had to lose this battle. What made her feel gratified was that even if she used her full strength, she most likely wouldn't be able to win. This was because the Elixir Production Alliance had an extremely valiant Zhao Yin, who was almost 20 years old. He had barely reached the recruitment age limit, but he could still participate in the battle. His cultivation was only at the level 2 fairy realm, so the Yuan family probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. The Yuan clan had long lost this battle. Thinking of this, Zhongxian felt much more at ease. Yuan Yingying stared blankly at the tens of millions of people on the super martial arts stage. She was extremely nervous, but when she looked at the back of the old man who blocked half of her body, her heart surged with endless courage. Uncle Su, just wait and see, I'll snatch you back. Yuan Yingying swore in her heart. Su Yu stood there with his eyes closed, but the strange incident from the previous night was still lingering in his heart. Opening his eyes, Zhongxian looked at the burn mark on his palm. Even after a night had passed, the burn mark did not subside in the slightest. Instead, it felt even more painful. He could vaguely see a thin flame slowly spreading in his palm. The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. A shadow of great threat silently shrouded him. What was the purple object that Jingyu had mentioned? The only purple objects that Su Yu had come in contact with were the level 4 fairy expansion pill, as well as his left eye, which contained time power. Was it related to those two objects? Su Yu shook his head and denied this possibility. If he could resolve such a crisis so easily, Jingyu wouldn't have told him that the purple object was so powerful that she couldn't discern its true appearance. My body will soon recover, so I must immediately try to advance into the fairy realm after the competition. Then, I must quickly leave, Su Yu said in a deep voice. The competition had finally started. The representatives of the 108 factions stepped forward one after another. Each family could only send 10 people at most, so it was a large-scale arena battle with 1,080 people. Su Yu was only concerned about Yuan Yingying. She had fought 10 battles in a row and had won every one of them. She could be considered a dark horse among the tens of thousands of people here. Su Yu was also paying attention to Zhao Yin. He was a level 2 fairy, and he stood out among all of the participants. There wasn't even a single person in the same realm as him, so he would surely win. The great battle continued like a raging fire, and it was only when the sun had set that the competition reached its final stage. This bitter competition had eliminated most of the participants, and they had lost all hope of entering the soul-seizing palace. Only 100 people were left in the arena. Among them, there were 9 3-crystals half-fairies and 1 fairy. Many of the factions' moods became slightly better as they looked at such a strange competition. Zhao Yin was a talented youth, and it seemed like the Yuan family would suffer the same fate as them. The only gratifying thing was that the top 10 strong martial artists would be able to receive an additional test from the soul-seizing palace's elder. If they were to be found to have outstanding attributes, such as having an extraordinary specialty in a certain area, they would be able to make an exception and enter the soul-seizing palace. Such a thing had happened in the past, so even though they knew that the Elixir Production Alliance had Zhao Yin, many families still accepted the challenge. Getting into the top 10 was an opportunity for them. The bet between the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance was just to see who would have the last laugh. Even if the Yuan family's fighting prowess wasn't a match for the Elixir Production Alliance, it wouldn't be considered a loss if they managed to get a spot in the soul-seizing palace. The Yuan family's master was looking at the final battle in anticipation. The battles here were much fiercer and more difficult than the family's test the day before. Yuan Wanbi was known as the Yuan family's #1 expert, yet she still felt pressured in the Blue Mountain meet. Even though she managed to defeat several opponents at the same realm as her, it still wasn't easy. Surprisingly, the Yuan family's second miss, who was ranked second, managed to defeat 3 opponents at the same realm as her with ease. She didn't even need to fight, yet her opponents were already scared and forced to retreat. The crowd was flabbergasted by such a sight. Yuan Wanbi was quite surprised, and she couldn't understand why her father was so biased. Did he secretly give a treasure to his younger sister? The first battle of the semi-finals will be Yuan Wanbi against Yuan Yingying. Such a battle made the spectators quite spirited. TSK, TSK. The Blue Mountain Range's most beautiful woman has a younger sister, who is the complete opposite of her. Interesting. I can't believe that we will get to see a battle between these two sisters. What's strange is that I remember that Yuan Yingying's power was quite ordinary. So, how did she manage to reach such a level? The Yuan family's members were the only ones whose expressions didn't change. They had all witnessed Yuan Yingying's fighting prowess in the family's test, so it wasn't strange for her to reach such a level. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, there wasn't much suspense. After all, Yuan Yingying had admitted defeat in the previous day's test. She didn't even have the courage to fight. The referee on the stage announced the start of the battle. However, the two sisters didn't immediately start fighting. Yuan Wanbi sized her younger sister up and said, "I have to admit that you have already changed. In the past, you were a yes-man and mediocre, but now, you can stand before the Blue Mountain Range's great meet and fight against me. You have really changed. But, what does it matter how much you have changed? Younger sister, I told you yesterday that you were inferior to me in the past, and you are still inferior to me today. So, just accept your fate. The Yuan family only has me, Yuan Wanbi, and you are just an illegitimate child. You will never be able to become the family's backbone." Yuan Wanbi didn't try to hide her disgust for Yuan Yingying anymore. Of course, she also lowered her voice when she spoke, so that no one could hear her except Yuan Yingying. Yuan Yingying's expression was calm, and she pursed her lips into a faint smile. "Big sister, you still look at me like that. I knew it the first time we met. But, it doesn't matter, as you are my big sister, and I will always respect you." Yuan Wanbi snorted disdainfully. "I don't need your respect. Alright, let's cut the crap. Are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to beat you?" Yuan Yingying said, "I would have given you the soul-seizing palace's quota, but today, I must defeat you for someone." After she spoke, Yuan Yingying unsheathed her sword. "You overestimate yourself. Your comprehension of cultivation techniques is far inferior to mine." Yuan Wanbi didn't have the confidence to fight against Zhao Yin, but she was confident that she could defeat her younger sister easily. Yuan Yingying revealed a faint smile and charged forward with her sword. Clang! A sword cry echoed in the sky, while 2 silver sword lights flickered in the air. In an instant, the two figures separated. Yuan Yingying flew back several steps and landed on the edge of the stage, while blood flowed out of her perlicue. As for Yuan Wanbi, she floated down and wore a mocking look on her face. I told you that you overestimate yourself. However, in the next moment, Yuan Wanbi's body shook, and she felt a sharp pain in her head. What's going on? What did you do? Yuan Wanbi asked in surprise. Yuan Yingying waved her sword and said calmly, I didn't do anything. Su Yu nodded inwardly. Yuan Yingying was unexpectedly able to fuse a wisp of the white-eyed fire glass frog's soul flame onto her sword. This was why anyone who fought against it would be burned by its weak soul flame. Although it wouldn't be fatal, it would still affect one's power. Su Yu hadn't taught her about this, so she had figured it out by herself. This lass really had great talent in terms of soul attainments. Poison. Fine, let's fight again. Yuan Wanbi activated her vital energy protective barrier, hoping that she would be able to resist the poison released by her opponent. However, after another exchange, Yuan Wanbi was sent flying by the sword energy, and she felt a sharp pain in her head. Sister, just admit defeat. I don't want to injure you. A wisp of sword light was pointed at Yuan Wanbi's forehead. Yuan Wanbi raised her head and looked at her younger sister, who was holding her sword. Her cute face was still the same, but her gaze had changed. Humph! I won't lose to you. Yuan Wanbi shouted angrily. She forcefully flipped her body, intending to fight once again. However, while she was still rolling on the ground, she felt a sharp pain in her waist, and Yuan Yingying kicked her in the waist, sending her flying off the stage. Since Yuan Yingying had already pointed at her forehead, if it had been a fight to the death, she would have already died. Chapter 755. As for the members of the Yuan family, their hearts were filled with shock. At this moment, Yuan Yingying was a complete stranger in their eyes. Putting aside Yuan Yingying's true strength, she actually dared to attack their elder sister. In their memories, Yuan Yingying was nothing more than a follower. She was so timid in front of her that she didn't even dare to speak loudly. Yuan family head was also shocked. His youngest daughter had changed, but it was a change for the better. Yuan Yingying's eyes were filled with indifference as she looked at her elder sister, who was staring at her with hatred. Elder sister, you're just SOSO. After defeating her elder sister, the shackles in Yuan Yingying's heart were completely broken. Her elder sister, who used to be like a huge mountain in her eyes, was now just a figure who couldn't afford to lose. After the knot in her heart was resolved, Yuan Yingying walked down the stage and stood beside Su Yu with a smile. The audience burst into loud cheers. Who would have thought that the Yuan family would have such a crouching tiger and hidden dragon? The real expert is actually the second miss. He is also a pitiful child. It seems like the bitterness is over and the sweetness is coming. Someone who knew the situation sighed in relief. The uncles of the Yuan family's older generation had complicated expressions on their faces, and the way they looked at Yuan Yingying began to change. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised as he looked at Yuan Yingying. Since when did his little sister, who had no sense of existence, become so powerful? Looking at her now, he suddenly felt that marrying her wasn't a bad thing. Although she wasn't beautiful, she wasn't scheming and was easier to control than his elder sister. Yingying, you did well, but I won't go easy on you next. Zhao Yin walked over and patted her shoulder. Yuan Yingying moved stealthily, causing Zhao Yin's palm to miss. Oh, dissatisfied with my lack of concern? Let's get to know each other after the conference. Zhao Yin revealed a smile that he thought was warm. Yuan Yingying looked at him calmly and said, It's better if you get close to this sister. I won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin's expression changed drastically. How did she know that he was meeting with Yuan Wanbi in secret? Yuan Yingying, who seemed simple and honest, was actually very intelligent. Zhao Yin stared seriously at Yuan Yingying for a long time before he said, No matter what you think, it won't change our relationship. In the near future, you'll be my woman. With that, he swaggered off. Yuan Yingying's expression was calm, but she clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was filled with anger and fear. Suddenly, a coarse hand grasped her palm. Don't worry, he isn't good enough for you, so your engagement won't be valid, Su Yu said. Before he left, He would naturally deal with this troublemaker. He didn't plan to leave Zhao Yin alive. It could be considered as getting rid of a problem for Yuan Yingying. Next, it was time for Zhao Yin to fight against the other 3 crystals half-fairy. Facing the displeased Zhao Yin, his opponent tactfully admitted defeat in front of everyone. The duel between Zhao Yin and Yuan Yingying begins. Both of them leaped onto the stage at the same time. This battle affected the hearts of the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance. It wasn't easy for Yingying to come this far. Regardless of whether she wins or loses this battle, we should take her seriously. The person who spoke was not the family head, but defeating armies, who looked down on Yuan Yingying the most. He had seen great potential in Yuan Yingying, and it was even more outstanding than Yuan Wanbi's. Since she had some value, he couldn't treat her like he had in the past. Many elders nodded in agreement. Their discussions were all about the future, and they did not pay much attention to the battle at hand. That was because there was no suspense in this battle, and there was nothing to look forward to. What they were looking forward to was the soul-seizing palace's elder, who would come out to test Yuan Yingying. They wanted to know whether Yuan Yingying's outstanding performance would be able to win their respect. As for the Elixir Production Alliance's members, they were all nervously watching this battle, and their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at Suyu from time to time. Suyu used his private perception to look at them meaningfully. Yingying, just admit defeat. I don't want to harm you, as you are, after all, my fiancé. Zhao Yin tried to be magnanimous. Yuan Yingying wore a calm expression as she said, just fight me, as you must lose for Uncle Su. For him. Zhao Yin sneered inwardly. The Yuan family probably still didn't know how much this fugitive they had taken in was worth. Hehe, since Yingying has said this, then I will have to send her off. Zhao Yin chuckled calmly as he charged forward. However, Yuan Yingying suddenly turned around and quietly walked down the stage. Her strange behavior startled everyone, as they all wondered. Is she admitting defeat? Zhao Yin also found this strange, so he asked, Yingying, do you want to admit defeat now? Yuan Yingying replied without turning her head, no, the battle has already come to an end. Putong, before the people present could understand what was going on, Zhao Yin's face suddenly changed. His face turned red, and then his eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. The referee was stunned for a moment before he stepped forward and confirmed that Zhao Yin had fainted. Yuan Yingying wins. The champion of the Blue Mountain Conference, Yuan Yingying. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went wild. What? The Yuan family won? How did he win? Why did Zhao Yin suddenly collapse? Could it be that Zhao Yin is deliberately going easy on him? That last scene was really well acted. Hehe, that might be the case. However, the Elixir Production Alliance is really generous. They gave the soul-seizing palace's quota to the Yuan family just like that. Could it be that they did this on purpose as a betrothal gift? Only the Yuan family and the Elixir Production Alliance were shocked. The Yuan family was certain that the Elixir Production Alliance was not going easy on them. If they lost, they would lose an entire market. The only possibility was that Yuan Yingying had used some sort of powerful technique to defeat Zhao Yin. Shua, the Elixir Production Alliance's green-robed scholar, who was also Zhao Yin's father, flew onto the stage and examined his son's injuries with a grave expression. Shua, the red-nosed middle-aged man, also rushed over and examined his son with a grave expression. Upon seeing this, the crowd quieted down. They couldn't see anything strange about this matter, and their expressions didn't show that they had known about this matter beforehand. The only possible explanation was that Zhao Yin had really been defeated. He was knocked down by Yuan Yingying before he could even let out a fart. What's going on with this world? Someone wore an incredulous look on his face. The crowd immediately started discussing this matter. The green-robed scholar's expression became gloomy. He turned his head around and glared at Yuan Yingying like an infuriated lion. He scolded her angrily, "Speak. What did you do to my son?" Yuan Yingying's body shivered. Her internal organs were shaken by the opponent's imposing aura, and a wisp of blood flowed out of the corners of her mouth. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort transmitted from the Yuan family's direction. The Yuan family's people rushed over and confronted the Elixir Production Alliance. Zhao Yinghao, you have grown up. Not only are you unable to accept defeat, but you even attacked a junior. Do you still want to save your face? The Yuan family's master's face was filled with anger as he examined Yuan Yingying's injuries. Zhao Yinghao replied angrily, anyone with a discerning eye could discern that there was something fishy going on. Speak. What shameful technique did you teach your daughter? I don't believe that a 3 crystals half-fairy could defeat a level 2 fairy realm cultivator fair and square. The Yuan family's master couldn't defend himself, as he couldn't understand how Yuan Yingying had managed to defeat her opponent. The outcome of the battle had been decided in an instant, and no one had managed to discern Yuan Yingying's technique. Such a strange victory had put the Yuan family in a passive position. It's a soul technique that my master taught me. Uncle Zhao, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Yuan Yingying wiped the blood at the corners of her mouth and looked at Zhao Yinghao. Master. The Yuan family's people shuddered in fright upon hearing this. Master, are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old child? Zhao Yinghao was so infuriated that he started laughing. However, the Yuan family's people unexpectedly looked at him with a faint smile, as if they were saying that he really was a 3-year-old child. Zhao Yinghao, there is something that has been kept a secret, and it hasn't been announced to the public. It is that our Yingying has already been taken as a disciple by an almighty divine master, so it's understandable that she taught him some powerful techniques. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it again? The Yuan family's master then added, of course, for the sake of fairness, anyone who doubts me can give it a try and see whether it really possesses such might. If it's really true, then this battle's victory isn't tainted by cheating. The crowd nodded, while several experts, who weren't part of the 2 great factions, walked over. Yingying, are you ready? The Yuan family's master asked. Yuan Yingying nodded. Cultivators below the early stage of the fairy realm shouldn't try it, as your life will be in danger. As for those at the middle stage of the fairy realm, you should also be prepared to be injured. Don't blame me for warning you. Shock appeared on the crowd's faces upon hearing this. What nonsense. Why don't you give it a try? Zhao Yinghao said. Yuan Yingying swept him with her gaze and asked calmly, are you ready? Zhao Yinghao took a deep breath and wrapped his whole body with his vital energy. He then nodded and said, I'm ready. Let's start. Oh, I already used it. Didn't you notice? Yuan Yingying chuckled. What? You. The Yuan family's master was infuriated. Just as he was about to berate Yuan Yingying, he suddenly felt an intense burning pain from the depths of his soul. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the martial arts arena. The Yuan family's master's face was pale, and his facial features were twisted. It was as if he was suffering from extreme pain. In the midst of the pain, he was like a demonic beast that had lost control. He went on a rampage, smashing a large portion of the spectators' stands and scaring away countless martial artists. In the end, the Yuan family's master and the others joined forces to subdue Zhao Yinghao. However, he still howled for dozens of breaths. When everything stopped, he gasped for breath, as if he had lost all of his strength. His face was filled with fear and pain. Uncles, does anyone else want to give it a try? Yuan Yingying asked with a harmless smile. She then looked around at the people who wanted to give it a try. Hey, wait, I don't need to give it a try. I believe in you. An old man who didn't believe in Yuan Yingying hurriedly stopped and fled from Yuan Yingying's line of sight. The other people also had frightened looks on their faces. They all distanced themselves from Yuan Yingying as if they had seen a ghost. One of them said in embarrassment, I also don't need to give it a try. I believe in young Miss Yuan. Young Miss Yuan's talent is outstanding, so I believe in you. I really believe in you. With that, the Yuan clan's head was overjoyed. He could finally let go of the worry in his heart. As he looked at Yuan Yingying, the Yuan family's master almost couldn't help but hug his precious daughter. She had brought him so many surprises. She had gotten the soul-seizing palace's quota, as well as that street. Yingying, you did well. Tonight, when we return to the family, we will hold a welcoming banquet for you. Pejuan laughed heartily. Today was a joyous day for the Yuan family. Last night, they had announced that they had gotten an intermediate alchemist, and today, they had gotten a super genius like Yuan Yingying. If they didn't celebrate this joyous occasion, they wouldn't be able to live up to this joyous occasion. Yuan Yingying was delighted, but she didn't forget to look at Suyu out of the corner of her eye. She knew that it was him who had given her all of this. At this moment, she was filled with gratitude and love for him. Chapter 756. However, Zhao Yinghao sneered, "Isn't it too early to be happy now? Don't forget that the soul-seizing palace's elder still hasn't inspected the top 10. These words caused the members of the Yuan clan to stiffen. They had indeed been overjoyed. How could they have forgotten about this matter? "Welcome, Elder Liao." Zhao Yinghao and the red-nosed middle-aged man walked onto the stage and shouted toward the backstage of the martial arts arena. Patriarch Yuan's expression changed slightly. He immediately went forward and kneeled on one knee. Defeating Armies, who was below the stage, wore a grave expression. "This is bad. I'm afraid things aren't looking good. That Elder Liao has a secret relationship with the Elixir Production Alliance. Even though he won't affect the fairness of the competition, he has the final say in the inspection. If he feels that Zhao Yin's talent is more outstanding, then this bet between our two sides can be considered a draw. We can't get the market, and they can't get the old man." The faces of the Yuan family members, who had been dancing with joy just a moment ago, instantly darkened. Most of their joy had been washed away. Suyu's gaze became grave as he wondered. "Elder Liao? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right?" As everyone respectfully welcomed him, a demonic cloud descended from the sky, and a shriveled old man wearing a black robe walked out from the demonic cloud. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked down on everyone. "Greetings to the soul-seizing palace's elder." All of the martial artists present were extremely respectful, and they greeted him in unison. Elder Liao seemed to be enjoying such a scene. When his gaze fell on the stage, he glanced at the unconscious Zhao Yin and the pale Zhao Yinghao. His eyebrows shot up as he analyzed the situation in an instant. Strange. Did the Elixir Production Alliance lose the bet? Even Zhao Yin was defeated so miserably. Could it be that the Yuan family has produced a ruthless character? Elder Liao thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced in the direction of the Yuan clan and searched through the crowd. Suddenly, he found a white-haired old man. His pupils shrank, and flames of greed burned in his eyes, as if he had seen crystals rolling towards him. Last time, Suyu was wearing a bamboo hat, so he didn't know that Suyu had already aged from a young man to an old man. He locked his eyes on Suyu, and he couldn't help but want to attack and capture him alive. However, as he was sizing Suyu up, he met his gaze. Calm and collected, with the confidence of being invincible in the world. This pair of eyes seemed somewhat familiar. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Am I that good-looking?" The voice was extremely abruptly sounding out from his mind. Elder Liao's body trembled in fear as he exclaimed, "Master, no, Gongzi, it's you? Where are you?" Suyu was using the soul imprint to communicate with him. Suyu replied calmly, "Aren't you looking at me?" "Looking at you?" Elder Liao's whole body shivered as he looked at Suyu, who wore a faint smile. "Are you the master?" Elder Liao stared at Suyu in disbelief. Suyu replied calmly, "Yes, something happened to my body, and that's why I became old." "Why? Are you looking for me?" "It's really him." Elder Liao felt like killing himself. He cried, "Young master, you should have told me in advance. You scared me to death." He had thought that he would be able to earn tens of millions of crystal stones by finding a wanted criminal in the Central Plains, but who would have thought that he would actually find that little fiend? That's right, that little fiend. When he was just about to explain it to him through his soul, Zhao Yinghao suddenly asked him in an odd tone, "Elder Liao, are you all right?" Elder Liao's whole body started twitching, as if he was having an epileptic fit. Suyu furrowed his brows and said, "Fine, let's first settle the matter in front of us." Elder Liao felt like he had just been pardoned, and as he looked at Suyu and the Yuan family's seats, he understood everything. He then turned around and said, "The top 10 people, come up here. I'll test them one by one." The hearts of the Yuan family's master and the other Yuan family members sank. This so-called test was just an abuse of power. If the Yuan family's master wasn't afraid of his status, he would have tried to reason with him on the spot. However, how could a soul-seizing palace's elder be reasonable? The crowd went back to the stage and lined up according to their rankings. He looked at the 10th person with a sharp gaze, then said, "It's impossible." After he passed the 2nd person, he shook his head calmly. The 3rd person shook his head. The 4th person, just like before, none of them were valued in the later stages of the test. After all, a person's martial arts prowess was a combination of all aspects, and it could decide everything. This continued until the 8th person, Yuan Wanbi, who was ranked 3rd. Her heart thumped slightly, and she tried her best to look calm and beautiful. She hoped that she would be able to make herself look better. As Elder Liao walked past her, he hesitated for a moment and wondered, "Should I help this Yuan family member?" However, after he thought about it for a moment, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, if her master wanted him to help her, he wouldn't have stayed silent. Such a short pause caused everyone's hearts to clench. Could it be that Yuan Wanbi's heart rose to her throat? Could it be that it's impossible? Elder Liao's face was expressionless as he walked past Yuan Wanbi, who had a frozen smile on her face. The next person to go was Zhao Yin. The Yuan family's master sighed inwardly. He knew that with Zhao Yin's talent, it would be difficult for him to overlook such a genius, even if he was Elder Liao. Hence, it was reasonable for him to be chosen as an extra. In fact, it couldn't be said that the Elixir Production Alliance was biased towards him. Zhao Yinghao heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Zhao Yin's martial arts prowess was outstanding, and he didn't embarrass him. Even though he couldn't defeat the old man, he still managed to preserve the market. If they really lost the market, the Elixir Production Alliance's losses would be immeasurable, and they might even suffer a great blow. Their thoughts were similar to those of the other martial artists present. However, in the next moment, Elder Liao ignored the unconscious Zhao Yin, who was lying on the ground, and went straight to Yuan Yingying's side. He wore a smile on his face and praised her. "Not bad, young lady. You managed to defeat a 2 crystals fairy realm expert with just a 3 crystals half fairy realm cultivation. In the soul-seizing palace, only the famous disciples in its history were able to achieve such a feat. I have high hopes for you, and if you continue to work hard in the soul-seizing palace, I will recommend you to enter the inner sanctum." What? Not only did he ignore Zhao Yin, but he even praised Yuan Yingying. Everyone's pupils contracted when they heard that Elder Liao was going to recommend her to enter the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum was like a legend to the Blue Mountain Range's factions. It was rumored that the disciples who entered the inner sanctum would have a meteoric rise in the future, and their cultivation would at least reach the almighty Divine Master realm. Even if they weren't strong enough, they could still easily reach the late stage of the fairy realm. Anyone who could enter the inner sanctum to further their cultivation was definitely a dragon among men. However, the most important matter was that one needed a recommendation to enter the inner sanctum. All of the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum elders had a recommendation quota. They would usually only give this quota to their disciples in name, and they would never give it to an outsider. Even the Elixir Production Alliance didn't have such a privilege. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Did the soul-seizing palace's Elder Liao run into a demon today? It wasn't a secret that he had a good relationship with the Elixir Production Alliance. However, he had ignored Zhao Yin today and had even given the Yuan family a great favor. It was as if the sun had just risen from the west. It wasn't just them, as even the Yuan family's master, as well as the Yuan family's core elders, were dumbfounded. This matter's development was unconstrained, and it left them confused and bewildered. The Yuan family's master widened his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder. Did Elder Liao forget to take his medicine when he went out this morning? Zhao Yinghao was also dumbfounded. He wondered. What kind of trick is Elder Liao playing? Is he playing hard to get? Yuan Wanbi was also dumbfounded. Inner sanctum. Is my sister going to enter the inner sanctum? She will soar into the sky. Even the Shangguan family might not be a match for the soul-seizing palace's inner sanctum. She felt as if she could see her sister soaring into the sky, while she could only stand on the ground and look up at her like an ordinary person. It was just as her sister had said. There would come a day when she would look up at her sister and ask her to recognize her as her elder sister. Yuan Yingying was quite calm and composed. It seemed like she had just experienced a lot of pleasant surprises, and her state of mind was quite calm. Elder Liao, many thanks for your concern. I will always remember it. Yuan Yingying saluted him. Elder Liao chuckled, while he thought inwardly. Young master, my performance was quite good. I have already given enough face to the Yuan family. However, someone suddenly spoke at such an inopportune time. Elder Liao, it seems like you still haven't examined my son, Zhao Yin, Zhao Yinghao reminded him. Elder Liao's expression stiffened, and anger welled up in his heart. Why is this guy so cold? Can't he see that I'm acting like a grandson? Elder Liao steeled his heart and asked in a deep voice, Who? Zhao Yin. Is he the guy who was beaten unconscious? Our soul-seizing palace doesn't dare to accept a genius like him. Upon hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Did the Yuan family give Elder Liao great benefits so that he would join the Yuan family? At this moment, Zhao Yinghao finally realized that Elder Liao wasn't scheming against him. He had truly joined the Yuan family. When Zhao Yinghao was just about to argue with him, he discovered that Elder Liao's back was facing the audience, and he was signaling him with his eyes. Zhao Yinghao's heart shook, and he wondered. Is he being held hostage, or is there a terrifying expert in the audience that forced Elder Liao to act like this? Zhao Yinghao was startled, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He felt slightly better now, as Elder Liao hadn't joined the Yuan family, and he had done this for a reason. The Yuan family's master smiled and said, Zhao Yinghao, since this is the case, shouldn't our bet come into effect? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinghao felt humiliated, and he was filled with hatred. After all, the Yuan family's power would surely grow after the death of the market, and it would be difficult for them to suppress the Yuan family. However, Elder Liao was now being threatened by someone, and he couldn't help him, so he could only swallow his resentment. I'm a man of my word, so take it. These are all of the market's land deeds. Zhao Yinghao threw a large pile of land deeds at the Yuan family's master. The Yuan family's master caught them with a smile, and he felt extremely carefree. After being suppressed for half a century, he had finally managed to turn the tables. Let's go. Zhao Yinghao was infuriated, and he left with Zhao Yin. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Yuan Yingying and Su Yu. One of them was the Yuan family's peerless genius, while the other was a wanted criminal in the central prefecture. Chapter 757. The Yuan family's patriarch caught sight of Zhao Yinghao's gaze, so he led Yuan Yingying down the stage and instructed, from today onwards, Yingying will move to the courtyard next to mine. Cabinet elders, please protect Yingying as well. I'm sure that Zhao Yinghao won't give up on his evil intentions, so he'll try to assassinate Yingying. Today, the Yuan family had won a great victory, so it would be strange if the Elixir Production Alliance was willing to let this matter rest. Since the market was a public transaction, they naturally wouldn't snatch it back. The only person who was in danger was Yuan Yingying. Family head, we need to urgently recruit experts. Otherwise, if the Elixir Production Alliance doesn't hesitate to use a large number of experts, it will be difficult for the Yuan family to obtain the second young miss, Pajuan said. The Elixir Production Alliance was too powerful, and it would be difficult for the Yuan family to support it. Then, go and do it immediately. Regardless of whether you want elixirs or crystals, don't hesitate to ask all of the experts in the city to escort Yingying until she enters the soul-seizing palace. The Yuan family's master had always been very daring. Yingying was his most beloved daughter, and even though she was the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum's disciple, and she even had the terrifying potential of being recommended by Elder Liao in the inner sanctum, he still had to protect her, even if he had to sacrifice half of the Yuan family's power. At this moment, the Yuan family was united. Once the second miss really entered the soul-seizing palace, she would definitely become an expert who could call the wind and summon the rain in the future. Not to mention the small blue mountain range, it might even be possible for the Yuan family to rule over a small area in the future. Many people gazed at Yuan Yingying, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion in their hearts. In just a month, she had transformed from an ugly duckling that had been ignored by her family into an outstanding genius that could tear open the sky of the Blue Mountain Range. Her transformation was so great that they felt as if they were dreaming. Of course, the Yuan family naturally attributed her change to that senior godmaster, who had a good eye for talent and picked up Yingying, this precious gem, from the dust. Like a princess, Yuan Yingying, who was the center of attention, was extremely calm. She subconsciously looked behind her. However, there was nothing behind her. Su Yu had disappeared. Su Yu was standing outside the Elixir Production Alliance's glorious gate, while his eyes flickered with a cold glint. Why had Zhao Yin specifically asked for him, and why had he felt so uneasy ever since? This required an explanation. But right at this moment, a beautiful figure flashed over and stood in front of him. She was tall and had a beautiful face. Her eyes were as bright as snow, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Her breasts were perky, and her waist was thin like a bee. At first glance, she was a rare beauty in the world. "Eldest miss, what's the matter?" Su Yu asked. Yuan Wanbi looked at Su Yu and said, "I want to talk to you. Can we talk in private?" Su Yu furrowed his brows. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow them. After they reached a dark alley, Yuan Wanbi got straight to the point and asked, "Senior, it was you who helped my younger sister, wasn't it?" Su Yu didn't reply. He didn't admit or deny it. "All of my sister's changes started after she met you. At first, I also thought that an almighty divine master had secretly taught her, but thinking about it carefully, even if an almighty divine master had appeared, didn't he only appear after you? I don't believe it. Everything is so coincidental. Before you appeared, my sister was mediocre and inferior to me in every aspect. How could an almighty divine master suddenly appear and help her like that? I think there must be another explanation. It was only today, when I saw my sister's performance, that I suddenly realized that the one who really changed my sister wasn't some almighty divine master, but you. That's because she's never mentioned Master God. Instead, she calls him Uncle Su. She then added, so, the so-called almighty divine master is just a fake, and it was you who helped my sister, isn't it?" Su Yu didn't try to hide it anymore. "Yes, that's right. So what? Did you come here just to tell me this, or to kill me to vent your anger?" Delight appeared on Yuan Wanbi's face, as if she had expected this. "No. Senior, you're too powerful, as you can even control Elder Liao." She was really smart, as no one could understand Elder Liao's strange behavior today. Only she could guess that it was Su Yu. According to what I know, Elder Liao's status in the soul-seizing palace isn't low, and even a divine master might not be able to threaten him. So, why would I dare to harm you? Yuan Wanbi said. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Then, why did you come here? Yuan Wanbi suddenly revealed a charming smile and walked toward Su Yu. As her faint fragrance entered his nose, she extended her finger and started tracing on his chest. The warmth of her finger, as well as the movement of her finger, gave off an alluring aura. Her eyes were filled with a seductive charm as she exhaled, "You were able to mold my ordinary little sister into a peerless genius, so you will definitely be able to mold me into an even more outstanding one. I'm better than my little sister in everything, and I'm even more obedient than my little sister." As she spoke, she slowly leaned into Su Yu's embrace. Her delicate body was deeply embraced by Su Yu, and her voluptuous chest was firmly pressed against him. Su Yu curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. "Eldest miss, are you really willing to give yourself to an old man like me? My body is just a bag of skin, so I don't care about it. Senior, can you help me?" Yuan Wanbi wrapped her snow-white arms around Su Yu's neck and kissed him lightly. All of a sudden, a wave of vigorous vital energy surged out of Su Yu's body and shook her off forcefully. Su Yu's gaze was ice-cold and filled with disdain as he said, "A person must have self-respect in order to be respected by others. I'm sorry, but I won't help you." After he spoke, Su Yu turned around and left. Yuan Wanbi's pretty face became flushed. She was embarrassed, aggrieved, and unwilling. "What's so good about my sister? Why are you helping her and not helping me? It's obvious that I ran into you first, So why are you taking revenge on me for such a small misunderstanding? Su Yu didn't even turn his head around as he calmly replied, it's true that she isn't as good as you in many aspects, but there's one thing that you can never compare to, and that is her conscience. After he spoke, Su Yu's body disappeared into the dark alley. Yuan Wanbi looked at Su Yu's back with hatred in her eyes. Su Yu Xian. I, Yuan Wanbi, swear that I won't let you off. You humiliated me and caused me to fall from being the Yuan family's genius to my current state. It's all because of you. Once I become the Shangguan family's woman, the first thing I will do is come back and execute my sister. Then, I will put a bounty on your head to wash away the humiliation I suffered today. Her voice reverberated in the empty alley. A person wearing a white feather cloak silently streaked across the sky above the alley. At the Elixir Production Alliance. Zhao Yinghao's expression was gloomy as he sat beside his son's bed. He asked in a deep voice, have you gathered all the members? The red-nosed middle-aged man, who was sitting opposite him, had an evil glint in his eyes as he said, 50 fairies, 503 crystals half-fairies, and 2 middle-stage fairies like you and me. We will take action after nightfall. What's the Yuan family's reaction? Surely they know about such a great mobilization of people. Zhao Yinghao asked. The red-nosed middle-aged man sneered coldly. How could they not know? Right after they left the martial arts arena, they spent a large sum of money to hire martial artists from the Blue Mountain Range. I even arranged for several fairies to sneak into the Yuan family to give them a pleasant surprise. Zhao Yinghao's expression was gloomy, while flames of anger surged in his eyes. Humph! They caused our Yuan family to suffer such a great loss, so how could they not sacrifice anything? Since we have gathered so many experts, even if we can't destroy the Yuan family in a short time, we can at least kill that little girl. The red-nosed middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then asked, shouldn't we ask Elder Liao about this? After all, Elder Liao's attitude towards this matter isn't clear. Zhao Yinghao shook his head. No need. It seems like Elder Liao has something that he can't disclose. If we go and kill her secretly, he can tell the people who kidnapped him that he didn't know about it. If we inform him now, I'm afraid that it won't be good. He then added, no matter what, the Yuan family's little girl must be killed. She has such great talent, so we can't let her live. Zhao Yinghao's killing intent was extremely strong. If she isn't as good as Zhao Yin, even if she enters the soul-seizing palace, I can still tolerate her. After all, she will be our Zhao family's woman in the future, so we can control her. But, with such talent, she will surely become a dragon among men. Moreover, the Yuan family is against us, so we can only let Zhao Yin suffer a little and arrange another marriage for him. Oh! At this moment, Zhao Yin, who was still unconscious, woke up. Father, where am I? Zhao Yinghao's face lit up. Yin, it's great that you are fine. Zhao Yin, who was still in a daze, listened to Zhao Yinghao's narration. When he found out that he had lost his right to enter the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted once again. Impossible. I worked hard for more than 10 years just for this day. Did it all go to waste? Yin, don't worry, I will take revenge for you. After nightfall, we will take revenge on the Yuan family and kill that slut Yuan Yingying. She dared to injure you and caused you to miss out on such a great opportunity, Zhao Yinghao said. Zhao Yin's heart was filled with hatred, and his veins bulged as he held the bedsheet tightly. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he said, that slut ruined my path of martial arts, so I will make her beg for death. Father, I will go with you tonight. I want to see that slut die in front of me with my own eyes. Zhao Yinghao nodded. As the sun gradually set in the west, the sky turned bright red, and it seemed as if it had been dyed with blood. However, before they left, a guard quickly came over and said, My lord, Elder Liao has come, and he wants you to quickly go and meet him. Also, please bring the young master with you. Delight appeared on Zhao Yinghao's face as he said, Elder Liao has really come back. Yin, quickly follow me. He has asked you to go with him, which means that you still have a chance of entering the soul-seizing palace. Zhao Yin's face was filled with anticipation as he said, Okay, let's go and meet Elder Liao, then we will go and kill that slut. The three of them then rushed to the conference hall in a grandiose manner. If Elder Liao wanted to meet them, he would usually meet them in this hall, and they would know where to go even if he didn't tell them the location. The heavy gate opened, and the three of them entered with smiles on their faces. However, when they looked over, their expressions changed at the same time. Every time Elder Liao came, he would naturally sit on the highest seat, as if he was the master of the hall, and he would look down on them. However, at this moment, Elder Liao was respectfully standing behind the main seat. Moreover, a stranger was sitting on the main seat. No, it wasn't a stranger. It was another old man. He had a pale face and white hair, and he wore an elegant robe. His long white hair was neatly tied up, and his mustache was fluttering in the wind. He seemed like a mysterious old man, and he gave people the illusion that he was an immortal. Chapter 758. It's you. Zhao Yin, Zhao Yinghao, and the red-nosed middle-aged man all cried out in alarm. Isn't this the wanted criminal they were looking for? Why did he appear in the Elixir Production Alliance's hall? Moreover, why is Elder Liao standing behind him respectfully like a servant? At that instant, the three's hearts skipped a beat, as an unbelievable thought flashed across their minds. Could it be that the person who threatened Elder Liao was this Yuan family's old man? Who are you? Zhao Yinghao's expression became calm as he shouted in a low voice. Su Yu looked down at them from above, his deep eyes causing the three of them to be shocked at the same time. As they looked at Su Yu's current appearance, the three of them felt like they were meeting a king. His bearing was extraordinary. I'm just a floor sweeper, Su Yu replied, then looked at Elder Liao. Since he's here, you can tell me. Elder Liao bowed to him, then took out a scroll from his pocket and passed it to Su Yu. Young master, please have a look at it. Su Yu took it and unfurled it. He was slightly startled by what he saw. There was a person in the scroll, and it looked exactly like Su Yu's current appearance. There were several conspicuous words at the top of the scroll. Wanted criminal. Anyone who kills him will be rewarded with 10 million crystals. This is the wanted poster sent to me by the soul-seizing palace 5 days ago. After I received it, I immediately sent people to look for you. Zhao Yin said that he had seen you before, but you were hiding in the Yuan family's residence, so he didn't want to alert you. So, he challenged you on purpose to capture you, then take your life and bring you back to the soul-seizing palace. At that time, I didn't know that it was you, young master. Please forgive me. Elder Liao wanted to curse them. Did those idiots in the sanctum not pay for the death of an elder? Su Yu was slightly curious, as he didn't remember that he had appeared in the soul-seizing palace. Is this the Central Prefecture's king's wanted poster? Su Yu asked. Elder Liao nodded. Yes, young master. It's indeed the Central Prefecture's king's wanted poster. I seem to remember that the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the Central Prefecture are enemies, so why would the Central Prefecture's king's wanted poster be posted in the soul-seizing palace? Su Yu asked as he squinted his eyes. Elder Liao swept Zhao Yin and his two companions with a cold gaze, then spoke in a low voice. Our soul-seizing palace is situated at the border of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and the palace master wants us to please both sides. The meaning was clear. The soul-seizing palace was swaying between two sides, and they would side with whoever offered them more benefits. Then what's with this portrait? The Central Prefecture's king has only seen a portrait of me when I was young, so he doesn't know what I look like now, Su Yu said. Elder Liao blushed with shame. It's the soul-seizing palace's palace master, and he's proficient in an ancient mysterious technique. He can simulate a person's current state decades later, and as long as he has seen a portrait of you when you were young, it wouldn't be difficult for him to simulate your current state. Soul-seizing palace master? Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He is a loyal dog. You are working so hard for the Central Prefecture's king. How many of these wanted posters are left? Su Yu's heart sank as he wondered. Does this mean that I still have to change my appearance in the future? Elder Liao shook his head. Not much. The soul-seizing palace is, after all, part of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Red Blood Palace. This is why we don't dare to openly help the Central Prefecture's king in order to capture you. Only a few people in the palace know about your current appearance, and I'm the only outer sanctum elder who knows about it. As for the others, only the palace master and the 9 great inner sanctum elders know about it. As for the others, they don't know anything about it. Our search was carried out in secret, and we didn't dare to let any of the disciples know about it. Otherwise, once the news leaked, the soul-seizing palace would lose its reputation as the central prefecture's lackey. This meant that there weren't more than 10 people in the soul-seizing palace who knew about it, and they didn't dare to let any of their disciples know about it, not even their direct disciples. After all, if this matter was leaked, then the Red Blood Palace would surely slaughter them. The Red Blood Palace was one of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' 2 great factions, and it ruled over all the factions under it. The soul-seizing palace was under the jurisdiction of the Red Blood Palace, and as a demonic faction, the Red Blood Palace wouldn't show any mercy. This way, Suyu could relax a little. As long as he didn't run into any of the soul-seizing palace's inner sanctum elders, he wouldn't face any danger. However, the soul-seizing palace's master had dared to work for the central prefecture's king, and he had even imitated his current appearance and put him in danger. This also explained why Zhao Yin had made him feel so uneasy. It was all because he had been exposed, and danger was approaching. As long as Suyu didn't get close to the soul-seizing palace, he wouldn't be detected. The only people in the Blue Mountain Range who knew about this wanted poster were the people in front of him. They were Elder Liao, Zhao Yin and his son, the red-nosed middle-aged man, and their bodyguards. Elder Liao's whole body shuddered, and his expression became more unsightly than a pig's liver. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he waited for Suyu's decision. "Tell me, what should I do?" Suyu asked calmly as he took a sip of his tea. Elder Liao clenched his teeth, and his heart shuddered. "Kill them." Suyu replied calmly, "Since you already know, why don't you do it? Remember, apart from you, don't leave anyone alive." His last words made Elder Liao heave a sigh of relief, as his young master had decided to spare his life. When Zhao Hao and the others saw that the situation was anything but reassuring, their expressions changed drastically. "Let's leave quickly. Elder Liao has betrayed us, so quickly inform the soul-seizing palace." Zhao Hao was startled, as he couldn't believe that this sage-like old man had unexpectedly fought with the central prefecture's king. After all, he was a king who ruled over Jiuzhou. Swoosh! The 3 of them instantly rushed out of the palace and fled in 3 different directions. This was the only way they could inform the central prefecture of Elder Liao's betrayal. Elder Liao's expression changed, as he knew that this would be troublesome. He wasn't sure whether he could kill all 3 of them, as Zhao Hao and the red-nosed middle-aged man's cultivations weren't low. However, right at this moment, a wine-red radiance appeared. Zhao Yin and the other 2, who had already escaped, were teleported back to the palace by spatial power. A spatial magical ability? Elder Liao was startled, as he couldn't believe that he still had such a trump card up his sleeve. However, he still relaxed slightly, as he knew that he might be able to kill all 3 of them. Zhao Hao and the other 2 felt their blood run cold. What kind of magical power was this? Seeing that Elder Liao was about to charge at him, Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go all out. Let's stop Elder Liao first. As long as we can alert the guards outside, it's only a matter of time before we get reinforcements, and we can subdue him." Elder Liao frowned. He was not confident that he could deal with all 3 of them in a short period of time. "Finish the battle quickly," Suyu, who was sitting on the host's seat, said indifferently. Elder Liao felt bitter in his heart. "Aren't you making things difficult for me?" However, what happened next shocked Elder Liao even more. Behind him, a purple light swept across the hall. Apart from him, time froze. The falling dust in the air was slow, as if it had stopped. Zhao Yin and the other 2 took a defensive stance, but they did not move at all, as if they were puppets. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a frozen space-time river. "What are you hesitating for?" A faint voice came from behind him. Elder Liao shuddered, and he was overwhelmed with shock. It was him. He was the one who had created the time freeze space. This was a domain that only all creation's old monsters possess. However, even so, he had never heard of anyone being able to create a time domain. Elder Liao's fear of Suyu rose to an unprecedented level. His gaze became ice-cold as he rushed toward the 3 people and said, It's better for you to die than for me. I'm sorry. Bang. He condensed a mass of demonic energy on his fingertip, then streaked it across the three people's necks, causing their heads to soar into the sky. At this moment, the time power dissipated, and the three people's heads floated in the air. They looked at the ground, which was gradually disappearing into the distance. Even before they lost consciousness, they still did not know what had happened. In an instant, the Elixir Production Alliance's two strongest experts, who were both middle-stage alchemists, had been killed. Suyu stood up and clasped his hands behind his back as he walked out of the room. Every step he took left an afterimage behind him, and in the twinkling of an eye, the whole place was filled with Suyu's afterimages. As a wind blew over, all of his afterimages disappeared, and Suyu's body also disappeared. Only a faint voice was left behind: kill all the remaining people who knew about this. Elder Liao was extremely respectful, and his gaze became ice-cold as he started a massacre. The Yuan family was solemnly waiting for him. The sky outside the residence was filled with countless experts, and they were like a dense swarm of bees. Inside Yuan Yingying's mansion, countless experts had tightly sealed off Yuan Yingying's courtyard. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly past them. The Yuan family was facing a great enemy. Everyone, from the family master to the servants, was anxiously waiting for the Elixir Production Alliance's revenge. They had already received news that the Elixir Production Alliance had gathered a large number of experts, and once night fell, they would launch their attack. It had already been more than 100 years since the two factions had fought each other head-on in such a grand manner. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, and it was also destined to be an unforgettable one in the Blue Mountain Range. The nearby streets were closed by themselves, and everyone had fled to avoid the bloody battle between the two great factions. Only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard in the empty streets. The oppressive atmosphere caused the Yuan family's surroundings to descend into a deathly stillness. Finally, the sky turned dark. The last ray of sunlight disappeared from the horizon. In the Yuan family's residence, a bonfire gradually rose, illuminating every corner. They were all waiting for a long and cruel battle to begin. However, this wait lasted for 6 hours. More than half of the night had passed, and a ray of white light appeared on the horizon. Family Master, something is amiss. The Elixir Production Alliance hasn't made any moves for the whole night. Could it be that they are deliberately using a trick to make us exhausted before attacking? Defeating armies pondered as he stroked his beard. The Yuan family master's facial muscles twitched, and he was extremely angry. He fiercely slammed the table and said, "Damn it! Is the Yuan family only allowed to be so passive?" The answer was, of course, to be passive. Continue to wait. Don't let your guard down, as the enemy will attack when you think it's the safest time, the Yuan family master said. Everyone could only strengthen their spirits and wait meticulously. All of a sudden, a figure slowly appeared on the empty and deathly silent street. The guard in the sky immediately woke up with a start. Someone is coming from the street. The Yuan family members immediately became vigilant. There was no one on the street, so who would appear at this time? Even if that person appeared, he would still be walking toward the Yuan family's residence. This was definitely unusual. Hey! He seems to be the Yuan family's sweeper, the old man that the second young miss brought back, the guard said. Chapter 759. The servants of the Yuan family were both respectful and jealous of this servant who was doted on by the second miss. When the second miss was in dire straits, no matter how well the second miss treated him, she did not envy him at all. In fact, she even avoided him. After all, she had been ostracized quite a bit in the clan. If the master was like this, what good could come out of being her servant? However, it was different now. The second miss had soared into the sky, and she had become the Yuan family's first heavenly daughter. In the future, she might even enter the soul-seizing palace's inner sanctum. Now, everyone in the Yuan family treated her like a little ancestor. Her status as a servant was probably even higher than that of a young master of a branch family. It was to the extent that even the core elders of the clan had to pay attention to him in order to avoid offending that little ancestor. Under the crowd's gaze, Suyu slowly entered the Yuan manor. "Where did you go yesterday?" The Yuan family head asked in an annoyed tone. His tone was somewhat restrained, not daring to reprimand him too deeply. When my daughter was at her lowest point, it was this loyal and devoted old servant who accompanied her. It was reasonable for the Yuan family's master to blame him. Suyu said, "I did some errands for you, and I'm done with them now." As he spoke, he looked at the nervous experts in the sky and said in surprise, "What's going on?" "A demon is here." The Yuan family's master glared at him. He was still in the mood to make sarcastic remarks at such a time. "Hurry up and go inside. The Elixir Production Alliance will arrive soon." Suyu was startled. "What? Elixir Production Alliance? I heard that the Elixir Production Alliance is in a mess, and a group of intermediate alchemists is running away with their belongings. If you have time, you should go and accompany Yingying. I don't have time to waste with you." The Yuan family's master really wanted to strangle Suyu to death, and he couldn't help but wonder. "Old geezer, why don't you know how to read the situation? Was this the time to joke around and let everyone let down their guard?" Suyu shook his head helplessly. "I didn't lie." The Yuan family head waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go in. Even our Yuan family's spies don't know about it, but you know about it first." At that moment, a figure clad in blue robes flew over from the horizon. It was the Elixir Production Alliance's spy. "This is bad, Patriarch. The Elixir Production Alliance is on fire. Everything is on fire. The Alliance's martial artists are in chaos. They're all snatching things and running for their lives." His expression was as if he had seen the sun rise from the west. "What? Say that again." Clan head Yuan grabbed him by the collar. He couldn't believe his ears. The spy had been running all the way here and was exhausted like a dead dog. But when Yuan family head pinched him, he almost died. Cough cough. "Family head, they are fighting among themselves. There are so many people running." After confirming that there were no mistakes, the head of the Yuan clan waited patiently for a moment. At this time, 3 or 4 figures flew over from all directions. There were other spies, and there were also forces that were on good terms with the Yuan family. They all came to report. Only then did the head of the Yuan clan completely believe him. If it was just a spy, he would definitely suspect that it was a ploy by the Elixir Production Alliance to lure him away. There was no doubt that something had happened to the Elixir Production Alliance. "Half of you follow me. If this matter is true, our Yuan family will undergo a great change." The Yuan family's head suppressed his pounding heart as he led his people to the Elixir Production Alliance. As expected, it was a sea of flames and there were alliance members fleeing everywhere. Among them, there were a few familiar middle-stage alchemists. Whoosh! The Yuan family grabbed an intermediate alchemist and asked loudly, "What happened? Where are those 2 old fools?" The middle-stage alchemist's face turned bitter as he said, "Yuan family's master, please take me in." Zhao Yinghao and the others were all killed. They were all killed, including their personal guards and even some of their family members. The Alliance's martial artists took advantage of this opportunity to rebel, and they wantonly plundered their belongings. Several of my colleagues were innocently implicated and killed. The Yuan family's head's pupils contracted when he heard this. They were all killed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. However, when he recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. "Ha ha ha. Zhao Yinghao, Elixir Production Alliance, you deserve this." As he spoke, he gathered his true energy and shouted, "Everyone, stop. All the Elixir Production Alliance's belongings and members will be accepted by the Yuan family. Whoever dares to steal a crystal stone or kill a person will be killed by the Yuan family. Guards of the Yuan family, listen up. Accept the Elixir Production Alliance. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot." Thus, a large number of cultivators descended and killed the troublemakers, protected their belongings, and captured the precious intermediate alchemists. They busied themselves until noon, when they finally took over the Elixir Production Alliance. From the elixirs stored in the storage to the deeds to houses, even the former members of the Elixir Production Alliance were all accepted. "Cabinet Elder Pajuan, please be gentle. I will go and take a look at what happened." When the Yuan family's head entered the palace, he saw 3 heads. His pupils contracted slightly. 3 people were killed in an instant. Zhao Yinghao and the red-nosed middle-aged man were both level 6 fairies, so their fighting prowess was quite strong. However, they were still killed in one blow. Which expert did this? The Yuan family's head asked in a deep voice. Will he harm the Yuan family? His heart was in his throat once again, and when he returned to the family, he saw his eldest daughter standing in the garden. She was distressed and didn't know what to do. Wanbi, what are you doing here? Why aren't you helping Cabinet Elder Pajuan organize the finances? You are quite good at it, the Yuan family's head said. However, it seemed like Yuan Wanbi didn't hear him, and her eyes were filled with hatred and fear. It's him. It's surely him. She had seen Su Yu walk toward the Elixir Production Alliance with her own eyes, and the alliance had been destroyed that very night. It must have been him. She was afraid of him, but she also hated herself for being so weak and powerless to take revenge. Wanbi, are you all right? The Yuan family's head patted her shoulder and asked in concern. Yuan Wanbi came back to her senses and quickly hid her expression. She said, Father, I'm all right. If you are too tired, then you should go and accompany your younger sister. After going through so much, I think that you should understand something. Fame and fortune are precious, but familial love is priceless, the Yuan family's head said meaningfully. Familial love is priceless? Yuan Wanbi thought to herself. Even though she had familial love for her father, Yuan Yingying only had hatred for him. He had taken everything from her, yet he still wanted to gain her approval. Dream on. Fine, but father, there is something I must tell you. I hope that you can make a decision quickly, Yuan Wanbi said. The Yuan family's head was startled by her words. Speak. A cold glint flickered in Yuan Wanbi's eyes as she said, I was once disrespected by Su Yuxian, and only Xiaodao and I know about this. Once this matter spreads and the Shangguan family hears about it, my engagement with them will be ruined, and it will be difficult for me to get close to the Yuan family. Flames of anger appeared in the Yuan family's head's eyes. What? Did he do such a thing to you? Why didn't you tell me about it earlier? Father, you should be asking me what we should do now. I think that we should kill him before this matter spreads. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Kill him? The flames of anger in the Yuan family's head's eyes weakened slightly, and he stared at Yuan Wanbi. What did he do to you? Tell me about it in detail, and don't try to lie to me. I know your character, and you also know my character. Yuan Wanbi's father knew that Yuan Wanbi was a scheming person, and he didn't like to deceive others. Yuan Wanbi bit her lip. Although she wanted to add fuel to the fire, she couldn't help but respect her father, so she told him everything honestly. After listening to her, the Yuan family's head's anger subsided, and he said thoughtfully, It sounds like a misunderstanding. That person's gaze is clear and righteous, and he doesn't seem like a lecherous person. A lecherous person? Of course he isn't. Yuan Wanbi was infuriated. If he was a lecherous person, he would have directly rejected her when she asked for him in the alley. Father, you might know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. Could it be that you? Yuan Wanbi didn't give up. The Yuan family's head said, even if that's the case, he doesn't deserve death. Let me interrogate him personally. Yuan Wanbi became anxious. Father, I'm afraid that it's too late. Even if we don't kill him, we must quickly drive him away. If the news of my reputation being tarnished spreads out, I won't be able to marry into the Shangguan family. If I can't marry, the Yuan family won't be able to get more benefits. However, her heart sank when the Yuan family's head said calmly, It doesn't matter even if you can't marry him. I'm sure that the Shangguan family's head is already in a difficult position regarding this marriage, as he is under a lot of internal pressure. Moreover, our Yuan family has already recovered, and a genius like your sister has appeared in our family. So, let's just let this marriage take its course. If we reject you just because of a misunderstanding, then your fiancé won't be a good match for you. Yuan Wanbi's vision darkened. My future isn't even worth mentioning in my father's eyes. Does he only care about Yuan Yingying? Her heart was filled with grief and anger, so she turned around and rushed out. The Yuan family's head wanted to say something, but he hesitated. After he thought about it for a moment, He ordered 2 guards to follow her in secret. Worry could be seen in his eyes as he said, "I hope that she can quickly get over it." After Yuan Wanbi left for a short while, she started walking leisurely, and no one knew where she had gone. By the time she noticed it, she had already left the Blue Mountain City. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she hated Su Yu, Yuan Yingying, and even her father. None of them were willing to help her. "Su Yuxian, Yuan Yingying, I'm irreconcilable with you." Yuan Yingying's heart was filled with boundless hatred. When her voice just echoed out, a gentle and elegant man's voice rang out in her ears. "Hehe, I'm the Shangguan family's fiancé, yet I'm being bullied to such an extent." Yuan Wanbi was startled, and when she turned her head to look, her pupils contracted. "Young Master Shangguan?" The person in front of her was a handsome youth, who was clad in luxurious white clothes. He had a jade crown on his head, red lips, and white teeth. His temperament was outstanding, and he was noble beyond words. As he stood among the crowd, he seemed like a crane among chickens, and many people who passed by him cast sidelong glances at him. Why did you come here?" Yuan Wanbi's body stiffened, and she looked at the handsome youth in front of her in shock. He was the Shangguan family's young master, as well as her fiancé, Shangguan Yunqiu. He had unexpectedly come to the Blue Mountain Range in just a few days. Chapter 760. Yuan Wanbi was delighted at first, but then she was startled. The Yuan family? Yarrow thought back to the events that had transpired in the Yuan family. She shook her head and said, "It has nothing to do with the Yuan family. It was my half-sister who colluded with outsiders to seize the Yuan family. Now that even father has been deceived, please don't blame the Yuan family." She still had a basic conscience, and she was afraid that Shangguan Yunqiu would get angry and put the whole Yuan family in a passive position. Shangguan Yunqiu said coldly, "Then, let me meet your sister, as well as that outsider who bullied you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wanbi was overjoyed. Shangguan Yunqiu didn't just have a lofty status, he was also an extremely powerful martial arts expert. His cultivation had already reached the level 7 fairy realm, and no one in the city could rival him. Although Su Yuxian was most likely an almighty divine master, Shangguan Yunqiu wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he surely had some powerful treasures with him. If not, why would the Shangguan clan allow their young master to come to the Blue Mountain Ridge alone? His heart was filled with madness. "Su Yuxian, Yuan Yingying, your good days are over." Yuan family. Su Yu and Yuan Yingying were sent to the central palace, where the people were busy decorating the place with lanterns and colored banners. The faces of the clansmen were filled with joy. Those who did not know would have thought that the Yuan family was having a grand wedding. "Yingying, you're here." The Yuan family's head looked at the joyous Yuan mansion and felt extremely happy. The Yuan family's greatest worry, the Elixir Production Alliance, had crumbled overnight, and their beloved daughter, Yuan Yingying, had become the family's greatest female genius in its history. She would soon enter the soul-seizing palace and have a meteoric rise. Moreover, a middle-stage alchemist had appeared in the Yuan family a few days ago. Coupled with the early-stage alchemists they had plundered from the Elixir Production Alliance, the Yuan family's alchemy power had increased by several times in one go, and they had become the overlord of the whole Blue Mountain Range. "Father, is there a need to be so extravagant?" Yuan Yingying knew that they were going to hold a banquet. The Yuan family head chuckled and said, "3 joyous events have arrived, and the Yuan family is experiencing an unprecedented grand occasion. How could we not hold a grand celebration? Yingying, you're the star of the show tonight. Go rest at the side and don't be absent." The Yuan family's patriarch chuckled as he looked around. As Su Yu looked at the Yuan family, he knew that it was time for him to leave. He would leave quietly when there were too many eyes. The Yuan family had completely occupied the Blue Mountain Range, so Yuan Yingying wouldn't have to worry about her future. The only thing that displeased Su Yu was the fact that she wanted to go to the soul-seizing palace, which really displeased him. Since the soul-seizing palace's master had placed him at the edge of danger, he would have to settle the score with him sooner or later. The crowd ran around in a jubilant mood. However, right at this moment, a soft shout that shook the entire Yuan family came from outside the gate. "Yuan family, listen up. Tell Yuan Yingying and Su Yuxian to come out." The Yuan clan members were enraged by this shout. Impudent! Their Yuan family was like the sun at high noon, and it was a festive time for them to hold a banquet. How could they shout like this? What would happen to the Yuan family's reputation then? Defeating Armis's face darkened. Men, capture him. Immediately, a group of ferocious martial artists wanted to rush out. Wait, don't attack. The one who came is very strong. The Yuan family head stretched out his hand to stop them. His eyes were extremely solemn. Su Yu stood up slowly and looked outside the manor. He furrowed his brows slightly and said, "An expert has really come, and his aura isn't that of an ordinary fairy realm expert. I reckon that he will soon reach the later stage of the fairy realm." Shock appeared on Yuan Yingying's face. A late-stage fairy realm expert wants to trouble us? She couldn't understand how she had ever provoked a late-stage fairy realm expert. Could it be that she had accidentally offended someone during the Blue Mountain meet? Why don't we just go out and take a look? Since he called out to us, wouldn't it be disrespectful for us to refuse to go out? Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold. It would be better for those people who wanted to harm them to come out, as they could eliminate all of their worries before leaving. The Yuan family members stopped what they were doing and went out of the manor. However, when they reached it, they were all startled. A youth, who wore white clothes and had an extraordinary bearing, was standing outside the gate. However, the person standing next to him was unexpectedly Yuan Wanbi. "Wanbi, what the hell are you doing? Why did you bring people to cause trouble in the Yuan family?" Defeating Armies furrowed his brows as he spoke. Yuan Wanbi smiled. "Cabinet Elder Defeating Armies, I just have some personal grudges, and I want to discuss them with my sister and Su Yuxian. I didn't cause any trouble." The Yuan family head swept his gaze over his daughter, then looked at the youth, who had an extraordinary bearing, and asked, "May I ask who you are?" He was only in his early 20s, yet he had already reached the level 7 fairy realm. Just such a talent alone was enough to shock the Yuan family head. "I'm Shangguan Yunqiu. I think that I will soon have to call you father-in-law," Shangguan Yunqiu said. Defeating Armis's eyes flickered, and he asked in surprise, "Shangguan Yunqiu, are you from the White Cloud Lake's Shangguan family?" "Wait, why are you calling me father-in-law?" The Yuan family members were also shocked, as the Shangguan family ruled over the 9 mountain ranges, 7 mountains, 6 caves, and 5 villas. Shangguan Yunqiu wore a faint smile. "Oh, didn't the Yuan family head announce my engagement with Wanbi to the public?" The Yuan family members exclaimed in surprise when they heard him. "What? The engagement between the Shangguan family and our Yuan family? Impossible. How could our small Yuan family be connected to the Shangguan family?" The crowd was filled with astonishment, ecstasy, and excitement, one after another. What kind of glory would it be to be connected by marriage with such a great faction? Not to mention the Blue Mountain Range, there weren't many factions in the whole 18 blessed and heavenly lands that dared to offend them. This was even more exciting than the second miss becoming the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum disciple. Yuan Wanbi's vanity was greatly satisfied, as all of her family members' gazes were once again focused on her. In comparison, her younger sister's identity as the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum disciple was just too pitiful. Defeating Armies laughed heartily. "Wanbi, I knew that you had great fortune in your life, so I will congratulate you here." The other family members also did the same, and their gazes were filled with envy and reverence. What kind of glory was it to be the Shangguan family's young master's wife? Even the Yuan family's master's status wasn't as great as hers. The Yuan family would soon have an influential person whose name would shake the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. However, before they could rejoice, Shangguan Yunqiu said, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I still want to settle a debt. Wanbi was bullied by Yuan Yingying and Su Yuxian in the family, and this matter concerns our Shangguan family's reputation. I can't just ignore it." Shangguan Yunqi's expression became ice-cold as he said, "Now, both of you should come out and discuss this matter." The crowd immediately cooled down. Shangguan Yunqi's attitude was quite aggressive and resolute. However, if he handed over Yuan Yingying, he would surely lose her heart. Even if he became successful in the future, he wouldn't be able to take care of the Yuan family. However, if he refused, he would offend Yuan Wanbi, and the Shangguan family's young master's wife could easily manipulate the Yuan family and cause great trouble for them. In fact, if she hardened her heart, she might even destroy the Yuan family. Thus, it was still better for them to obey Yuan Wanbi. Thus, most of the people remained silent. Yuan Yingying clenched her fists and looked at her elder sister. Does she hate me so much? Yuan Yingying felt like she had never done anything to harm her elder sister. While the entire Yuan family was still silent, a tall figure stepped forward. It was the Yuan family's master. Young Master Shangguan, this is the Yuan family, not the Shangguan family. If you think that you can interfere in our family's affairs just because of an engagement, then you can forget about this engagement. If the bride went back on her word, then the engagement would be invalid. Yuan Wanbi's expression changed. Father, how can you do this? This is my life's most important matter, so how can you? Before she could finish speaking, the Yuan family's master interrupted her with a shout, "Shut up." His shout made Yuan Wanbi shrink back. Ever since she was young, she had rarely seen her father so angry. "Wanbi, my good daughter, you colluded with an outsider to bully your younger sister. You're really a good daughter taught by me." The Yuan family's master's face was filled with disappointment. He stood in front of Yuan Yingying and said, "Come, tell me what your younger sister owes you. What did she make you hate her so much that you even colluded with an outsider to bully her? Tell me." Yuan Wanbi was afraid of her father, and she tried to think of why she had done such a thing. However, at this moment, she couldn't find any reason to do so. Yuan Yingying had never harmed her, and she even treated her like her own elder sister. As for Yuan Wanbi, she loathed her younger sister. When she saw her younger sister's success, she became jealous of her, and when her younger sister surpassed her, she became filled with hatred. So, how could she say such words? "What? You can't say it?" the Yuan family's master asked. "Is it because you are too vain and jealous? Is it because you can't accept that your younger sister is more outstanding than you? You are jealous. It's the Yuan family's uncles and elders who have treated you well for so long that they made you forget yourself." The Yuan family's master said in a stern voice, "I will give you 3 breaths' time. Either you admit your mistake and come back, or you will never come back to the Yuan family." Yuan Wanbi's whole body shuddered when she heard him. This wasn't what she wanted to see. She just wanted to vent her anger and reclaim her position in the Yuan family. She hadn't expected that her father would be so decisive as to drive her out of the Yuan family. 1. The Yuan family's master said. 2. Yuan Wanbi's eyes were filled with struggle. What should she do? Should she leave the Yuan family and marry into the Shangguan family? But, if she wasn't a member of the Yuan family, she wouldn't have the right to marry into the Shangguan family. The Yuan family's master was about to count to the end. However, at this moment, a figure stepped in front of her father and said, "Father, let me settle this matter by myself. This is our grudge, so don't make things difficult for my elder sister." The Yuan family's master remained silent for a moment before he closed his eyes and said, "I will give you the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea." Yuan Wanbi glanced at Yuan Yingying and sighed inwardly. In the end, Yuan Yingying was still kind-hearted, and she couldn't bear to see her elder sister driven out of the family. But, in Yuan Wanbi's eyes, her kindness was nothing more than charity. "I don't need your hypocrisy." Yuan Wanbi stared at Yuan Yingying. Shangguan Yunqiu looked at Yuan Yingying and asked, "Is it you? Wanbi, how do you want to treat her? As long as you say it, I will do it. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be the Shangguan family's enemy." Chapter 761. Yuan Yingying's expression was calm as she asked, "Sister, what do you want to do with me?" Yuan Wanbi replied coldly, "Of course, I want to." Although she hated her sister to the core, she was still at a loss at the end. "What do I want to do with her? Kill her." She had thought about it, but she couldn't bring herself to say it when her sister was standing in front of her. But, if she didn't get rid of her sister, how could she recover her status? "Wanbi, tell me what you want. As long as I'm here, I will surely fulfill your wish." Shangguan Yunqiu tried his best to protect her. Yuan Wanbi was quite annoyed, and as she looked at the Yuan family members, She regretted her impulsive actions. Yuan Wanbi hesitated for a moment before she clenched her teeth and said, "Just make her apologize." Apologize? The Yuan family's master opened his eyes slightly, and the disappointment on his face disappeared. Many of the Yuan family members were startled by this. Their eldest miss had rushed back with a murderous aura, only to apologize. Yuan Yingying asked, "Sister, what do you want me to apologize for?" Yuan Wanbi was stumped by this question, and she wondered. Why should I apologize? What did my sister do to me? Do I need to apologize to her just because I'm more outstanding than her? Yuan Wanbi's mind was in a mess. Wanbi, tell me, what do you want her to apologize for? Shangguan Yunqiu asked. Yuan Wanbi shook her head, her interest waning. Forget it, she doesn't have anything to apologize for. Thank you for your help, but I'm fine now. What about him? Shangguan Yunqiu looked at Su Yu. As Yuan Wanbi looked at him, she couldn't bring herself to hate him anymore. Forget it, it's fine. I appreciate your kindness, so let's just leave it at that. Yuan Wanbi had come here angrily, but she had left in a depressed mood. An unavoidable conflict had ended because of the eldest Miss's decision to give up. Aren't you afraid that your sister will always surpass you? Shangguan Yunqiu asked. Yuan Wanbi shook her head and took out a jade bottle, which contained a 4-leaf fairy expansion pill. I can rely on my own power to advance to the fairy realm and defeat her fair and square. Clap. At this moment, Shangguan Yunqiu suddenly laughed and applauded. Haha. Interesting. The ending was unexpected. Hey. The Yuan family members were startled. Yuan Wanbi was startled by this. Young Master Shangguan, what kind of ending did you just say? It's obviously your fate, Shangguan Yunqiu said calmly. Did you really think that I would come here to take revenge for you? Thud. Yuan Wanbi panicked, and she retreated subconsciously. She stared at Shangguan Yunqiu without blinking. You. What are you trying to say? Shangguan Qing'er looked at her and said calmly, I am here to test your character. In the past 10 days, I have been in the city trying to find out about your character, your deeds, your reputation, as well as some gossip. I already know everything that I should know. Rub. Yuan Wanbi took several steps back and covered her mouth. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Are you testing me? She really wanted to ask him what he knew. Did he know about the underground relationship between her and Zhao Yin? I know about your rendezvous with Zhao Yin, and I saw it with my own eyes when you tried to seduce Su Yuxian, only to be rejected. Do I still need to continue? Shangguan Yunqiu asked. What? The Yuan family's master opened his eyes abruptly, his anger rising. Bastard. You actually had a secret rendezvous with Zhao Yin? At that time, he was your sister's fiancé. You shameless evil creature. He was furious. When Zhao Yin had proposed to marry her, she had rejected him because she knew that she would have to suffer if she married into his family. In the end, her younger sister had helped her. Yet, she had unexpectedly had a secret rendezvous with Zhao Yin. She wanted both of their affections, yet her younger sister had taken care of all the hardship. Moreover, she had even seduced Su Yuxian. Her daughter had actually seduced an old man. The Yuan family's master was so infuriated that he almost fainted. You unfilial daughter. The Yuan family's master flew into a rage and slapped her. I will kill you. Upon witnessing this, the Yuan family's members didn't dare to stay here any longer. The family's master didn't lose his temper, but once he did, he would surely fly into a thunderous rage. But, how could they stop him in time? Yuan Wanbi's cultivation was much weaker than her father's, so she couldn't even dodge the slap. She subconsciously raised her arms in front of her, her heart filled with fear and remorse. What kind of foolish thing did I do? Slap. When the slap descended, she didn't feel the pain she had expected. Instead, a familiar figure flew past her. Yingying. The Yuan family's master was the first to react, but it was too late for him to retract his power. He slapped Yuan Yingying's face. At such a crucial moment, Yuan Yingying pounced forward and blocked the slap. As Yuan Yingying was slapped and sent flying, blood seeped out of the corners of her mouth. The Yuan family's master quickly calmed down from his rage and rushed over to support Yuan Yingying. As he looked at her flushed face and the bloodstain at the corners of her mouth, he blamed himself and asked, Why were you so foolish? Even though her elder sister had come to cause trouble for her, she had still endured it for her elder sister like she had in the past. Yuan Yingying chuckled, but she still felt a burning pain on her face. She couldn't help but exclaim, I'm your younger sister, and I couldn't just watch as my elder sister was beaten. Her simple and natural reply touched the Yuan family's members. She was too pure and innocent, as even though her elder sister had treated her in such a manner, she still hadn't changed. As they looked at the injured Yuan Yingying, many of the older generation's members couldn't help but sigh. As they recalled what they had done in the past, they couldn't help but feel guilty and ashamed. Yuan Wanbi stared blankly at her younger sister's figure, which had been sent flying. She was still thinking about me even in such a situation. She felt as if a soft spot in her heart had been touched, and she couldn't help but feel bitter. All of her resentment disappeared in an instant. Yuan Yingying was just a younger sister who had treated her wholeheartedly. She looked at her father, then at her clansmen, then at Shangguan Yunqiu, who had investigated her thoroughly. She couldn't bring herself to face anyone anymore. Yuan Wanbi covered her mouth and tapped the ground with her foot before she soared into the sky and flew away. Young miss, wait for me. Her personal maid, Xiao Dao, quickly chased after her. The Yuan family's members were all concerned about Yuan Yingying, so they didn't really care about her departure. Only 2 guards chased after her to protect her. Yuan Yingying had fled in hopes of finding a place where no one would recognize her and spend the rest of her life in peace. She wanted to never appear in front of the Yuan family's members again. But, even though the world was vast, where could she find a place where she could stay? Young miss, wait for me. Xiao Dao chased after her. Yuan Wanbi stopped, and when she landed on the ground, she discovered that she was already outside the city. Xiao Dao, you should go back. The Yuan family doesn't need to worry about food and clothing, so you don't need to follow me anymore. I don't plan to go back to the Yuan family, Yuan Wanbi said. Xiao Dao sighed. The eldest young miss has always treated me well, so wherever you go, I will follow you. But, young miss, are you really going to leave like this? How far can you go now that you're penniless? Yuan Wanbi smiled bitterly. The world is vast, so how could there not be a place for me to go? I'm a primary alchemist, and I can refine 3rd-grade spirit pills. Moreover, I'm well versed in all of the Yuan family's elixir recipes, so I can easily sell some of them. Xiao Dao asked, young miss, have you really memorized all of the elixir recipes? The Yuan family has so many elixir recipes, so how can you memorize them all? Yuan Wanbi shook her head and said, I obviously can't memorize all of them, as all of the Yuan family's important elixirs are in my head. After she came back to her senses, Yuan Wanbi looked at Xiao Dao with a gentle gaze and said, Xiao Dao, I only have you left. You've been by my side since I was young, and you're like a sister to me. Since you want to follow me, then follow me to roam the world. Even though I can't give you riches and glory, I can at least give you a peaceful life. Xiao Dao sighed. Xiao Dao will follow you, young miss. But, I have something that I want to tell you, but I don't know whether you will listen to me or not. What do you want to say? Yuan Wanbi was surprised by this, and she assumed that Xiao Dao wanted to persuade her to go back. Xiao Dao walked closer to Yuan Wanbi and spoke in a low voice. Suddenly, Yuan Wanbi felt a sharp pain in her waist, and her whole body became powerless. Her vital energy stagnated, and her body slumped to the ground. As she slumped to the ground, she looked at Xiao Dao, who was standing behind her, and said, What I want to say is that I thank you for treating me like a sister. But, it's a pity that you were blind and misjudged me. At this moment, Xiao Dao didn't look like a loyal maid anymore, and she wore a mocking smile on her face as she forcefully took the spatial ring from Yuan Wanbi's finger. After she opened it and scanned its contents, delight appeared in her eyes. Hee, as expected, all of the elixir recipes are here. Young miss, you really didn't disappoint me. Yuan Wanbi couldn't move, and even speaking was strenuous for her. Xiao Dao, who are you? Xiao Dao looked at the elixir recipes with a greedy look in her eyes. Me? Hee, I'm a spy that Zhao Yinghao sent to the Yuan family. My goal is to get the Yuan family's precious elixir books, especially the last elixir recipe. It's an ancient elixir recipe, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. The Elixir Production Alliance has always wanted it, but they couldn't get it. What? You are a member of the Elixir Production Alliance? Yuan Wanbi didn't believe that her maid, who had grown up with her, could be a spy. However, this was the truth. Yuan Wanbi felt a sense of crisis, and she quickly changed her mind. Xiao Dao, the Elixir Production Alliance has already been destroyed, so you don't need to work for them anymore. Don't take the elixir recipes with you, as I can compensate you with crystals. After all, you don't know how to refine elixirs, so elixir recipes are useless to you. Xiao Dao replied, all right, I don't need to carry out the mission that the Elixir Production Alliance gave me, but I still have another mission that I haven't completed. You still have another mission? Could it be that you are a spy for two factions? Yuan Wanbi was quite intelligent. Xiao Dao chuckled and said, that's right. I have another identity, as I'm a member of the Severed Fairy Cliff. Yuan Wanbi's pupils contracted when she heard this. The Severed Fairy Cliff. Fear appeared on Yuan Wanbi's face when she heard this name. The Severed Fairy Cliff was a terrifying name in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands, the Central Prefecture, and even the entire Zhozhou. It had a great influence, and no one knew where its headquarters were located. No one knew who its leader was, and no one knew how many members it had. The only thing that was known was that it could be found in every corner of the Zhozhou world. They only operated in the shadows, acting as assassins, mercenaries, thieves, underground money houses, underground casinos, and so on. All kinds of shady businesses were included in the list. Moreover, every single one of their jobs was done exquisitely. Chapter 762. As for the mercenaries, they could hire later stage fairies. In fact, some of the more influential branches could even hire almighty divine masters. Thieves and thieves. Almost all of the world's famous thieves and thieves were inextricably linked to the Severed Fairy Cliff. As for the underground money houses and casinos, they could be found all over the continent. It could be said that the Severed Fairy Cliff was an extremely powerful faction that would do anything for wealth. Its tentacles covered the entire Zhozhou world. Some people said that the Severed Fairy Cliff's power wasn't any weaker than any of the kings of the Zhozhou world. It was the 10th king of the Zhozhou world, the King of Darkness. Yuan Wanbi had never expected that she would encounter the legendary Severed Fairy Cliff. They had long since set their eyes on the Yuan family's ancient elixir recipe. Hihi, since you know that I come from the Severed Fairy Cliff, you should know what your fate will be. It would have been fine if you looked ordinary, but you're so beautiful that I can't help but feel pity for you. Hehe, I believe that many people would be willing to pay a high price to buy you, right? Xiao Dao laughed. Yuan Wanbi was so scared that her whole body turned cold. Indeed, the Severed Fairy Cliff had another shady business, human trafficking. Since she was so beautiful, she must be a rare commodity. Yuan Wanbi's face turned pale as she thought of this. If she hadn't left home so hastily, and if she hadn't trusted Xiao Dao so easily, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Eldest miss, please don't cry. You can't blame anyone else for this. You didn't trust your sister, who you respect, but you trusted me, an outsider. Who can you blame for this? Xiao Dao lifted her chin in a mocking manner, as if she was sizing up an animal. Yuan Wanbi bit her lips and smiled bitterly. Is this retribution? It came so quickly. She hated Yuan Yingying, but had Yuan Yingying ever hurt her? Had she ever hated her? Not at all. As for Yuan Wanbi, she had just had her limelight stolen, so she hated her to the core. She had even thought of killing her in the future. Young ladies from prestigious families like you get too much love, so you always trample on other people's hearts. Even I feel sorry for your sister. After Xiao Dao finished her inspection, she found a rope and tied Yuan Wanbi up. Then, she carried her on her shoulder as if she was carrying a prey. His face was filled with pride. Hehe, I've finally completed the mission. Not only did I obtain the pill recipe, but I also obtained a great beauty. As she spoke, Xiao Dao revealed a faint smile. By the way, do you remember that demon ape? Haven't you ever wondered why the heavenly fragrance pills you threw out didn't have any effect, and why the devil ape still found you and almost captured you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Wanbi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. You are controlling the demonic ape? The goal of the severed fairy cliff was endless wealth. That demonic ape had blocked the road to rob them, specifically stealing their wealth and women. Could it be that the severed fairy cliff was also behind this? Xiao Dao laughed. Miss is indeed smart. Yes, smart women can be sold for a higher price. That's right, the devil ape is the devil pet of my severed fairy cliff. The wealth and women it plunders will be taken away by our severed fairy cliff at regular intervals to be sold. The women it abducts, the beautiful ones, will be sold far away by us. Only the ones we can't sell will be left for it. At that time, I wanted to capture both the first miss and the second miss. Unfortunately, a mysterious divine master ruined my plans. But now, the first miss is still in my hands, along with your clan's ancient pill formula. My mission is complete. Xiao Dao patted Yuan Wanbi's butt. Don't worry, I will find a good buyer for you since I've served you for so many years. Yuan Wanbi felt despair in her heart. As she looked at the blue mountain range city, which was getting further and further away, she felt completely disheartened. She had always thought that she was smart and fought for power, but what had she gotten in the end? She had become a female slave. If she could start over again, she would definitely cherish the people around her. However, it was too late for her to regret it. Fine, this is my fate. This is my retribution. Yuan Wanbi gave up on resisting and closed her eyes. However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from the sky. Oh? That demonic ape is really being controlled by someone. You hid it well. Interesting. Who is it? Xiao Dao's expression changed drastically, and she jumped nimbly into the bushes like a deer. However, before she could even squat down, both she and Yuan Wanbi were engulfed by a spatial power. Oh no. It's spatial power. Xiao Dao's expression changed drastically. She wanted to leave Yuan Wanbi behind and escape, but she couldn't succeed. When the surroundings calmed down, Xiao Dao threw out a dagger without even looking at her surroundings. Ding! A soft sound echoed out, and the dagger emitted a vibrating sound. It was as if it had been deflected by something. When she opened her eyes, she saw that they were by a lake. There was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He had one hand behind his back, while the other flicked the dagger away. Su Yuxian? It's you. Who are you? Xiao Dao was startled. This spatial magical ability was extraordinary, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could use. This old man wasn't an ordinary person. Yuan Wanbi was startled. Su Yu, whom she had hated in the past, was now quite amiable to her. Xiao Dao, it seems like it's too early for you to be happy. Yuan Wanbi chuckled bitterly. She knew better than her younger sister how terrifying Su Yu's power was. Shut up. Xiao Dao jabbed Yuan Wanbi with her elbow, causing her to groan and look of pain to appear on her face. She then looked at Su Yu and said, I don't care who you are, as there are no grudges between us. Moreover, this woman has tried to kill you many times, so you don't need to save her. Su Yu nodded. You are right. I really don't have any reason to save her. Yuan Wanbi bit her lips, but she didn't feel any hatred. After all, she had brought all of this upon herself, and she couldn't blame anyone. Don't worry about me. Just take good care of Yingying. Don't tell her about my situation. Just tell her that I ran away from home. Also, please apologize to her for me, Yuan Wanbi said bitterly. She didn't expect that Su Yu would let Xiao Dao go, but she also didn't expect him to save her. Xiao Dao revealed a faint smile. Many thanks. As she spoke, she carried Yuan Wanbi on her shoulder and retreated slowly. However, Su Yu said, this matter isn't related to me, but to the second miss. If the eldest miss wants to apologize, you should apologize to her. Xiao Dao's expression became gloomy. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? I'm a member of the Severed Fairy Cliff, and if you kill me, the consequences will be grave. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. Even the Central Prefecture's king wouldn't listen to you, let alone a trifling bandit and human trafficker. As he spoke, a white light flickered in Suyu's eyes, and a ball of soul flame flew over. Xiao Dao's cultivation was just at the half-fairy realm, so she didn't even manage to let out a miserable shriek before her soul turned into nothingness. Yuan Wanbi, who was carried on his shoulder, staggered and was about to fall, but Suyu grabbed her shoulder. With a flick of his finger, Suyu untied the ropes binding her body, then examined Xiao Dao. He then threw a small fireball at her and burned her body to ashes, leaving behind only her spatial ring and a purple badge. As for the spatial ring, Suyu scanned it and found that there were only a few things in it. After all, she had been hiding beside the eldest miss for a long time, so it wasn't convenient for her to carry any special items with her. However, Suyu still found a pitch-black needle in the spatial ring, which was exactly the same as the one he had found in the demonic ape's cave. At that time, he had felt that the demonic ape was being controlled by someone, and that the black needle's poison was used to control souls. He really didn't expect that it was a mysterious organization from the severed fairy cliff. After he crushed the spatial ring, Suyu looked at the purple badge. Suyu remembered that Xia Jingyu had warned him to pay attention to purple objects, as they could change their trajectory and give him a chance to survive. Could the purple badge in front of him be one of them? Suyu held the badge in his hand and flipped it over. Apart from the fact that it was made of special materials, there were only the words Severed Fairy Cliff on it. Thank you. Yuan Wanbi stood up and bowed to Suyu with a complicated look on her face. Suyu ignored him and tried to find the token's function. This is the Severed Fairy Cliff's badge, Yuan Wanbi said. It's rumored that different colors represent different grades. There are 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Purple is the lowest grade, and Xiaotao's status in the Severed Fairy Cliff is the lowest. Identity token? Suyu turned around and calmly asked, why doesn't it have a name? Yuan Wanbi couldn't help but feel happy when Suyu paid attention to her. It's because she still hasn't passed the test. The purple token will be randomly distributed to whoever obtains it. The person who obtains the purple token will be able to officially become a purple member of the Severed Fairy Cliff by completing a task. Furthermore, they will be given a random name. Suyu was slightly surprised. So casual? Aren't you afraid that someone might take advantage of the situation and barge in? However, Yuan Wanbi shook her head and said, they won't be worried, because even if they become members, they will never know who the leader is. Suyu asked, then what's the point of getting the identity badge? It's useless anyway. It's useful, and it has a great effect, Yuan Wanbi said. Once you become a true member of the Severed Fairy Cliff, a task will appear on the badge every month. If you can complete it, you will get bonus points and a corresponding reward. She then added, for example, this month's task is to kill a person, and the reward is a 4th-grade spirit pill, which is worth 3 points. After you complete the task, you will get 3 points and a 4th-grade spirit pill. After the task is completed, the spirit pill will be placed in a certain place, and you will be notified by the badge to go there and get it. Is it really that amazing? Suyu was quite surprised. This meant that the Severed Fairy Cliff had a great influence, and it was able to distribute rewards to its members, which were spread all over Jojo, at any time. After all, there was probably more than one member of the Severed Fairy Cliff in the Blue Mountain City. So, what are the 3 points for? Suyu asked. Yuan Wanbi replied, it's for accumulating points. One needs 100 points to advance from the purple token to the blue token, 1,000 points to advance from the blue token to the cyan token, and so on. The latter token is 10 times more than the former, and the higher the token, the higher the task will be. Chapter 763. Hearing this, Suyu completely understood. This was a huge quest system. The higher-ups of the Severed Immortal Cliff issued a mission, and the members of the Severed Immortal Cliff only needed to execute it. Therefore, even if someone were to infiltrate the inner circle of the Severed Fairy Cliff, they would not be able to see anyone from the Severed Fairy Cliff. Just who was behind such a tight and massive organization? Senior, there's nothing wrong with killing Xiaodao. She's not a true member of the Severed Fairy Cliff. However, if you meet her again in the future, I hope that Senior will be careful. The power of the Severed Fairy Cliff is too great. Even the 9 prefectures' emperor had no choice but to compromise, as he couldn't do anything to them. Su Yu nodded and put away the purple badge. He wondered. Is this the instruction that Xia Jingyu gave me? Purple. Powerful. The severed fairy cliff seemed to be somewhat similar. Let's go. Su Yu turned around. Yuan Wanbi hesitated for a moment before she bit her lip and followed them. Yuan Yingying was waiting anxiously outside the courtyard. The Yuan family head was also waiting anxiously. The 2 guards who had followed her were found dead in the alley, and it was only after they had reported that Yuan Wanbi had gone missing that they realized that this matter was quite urgent. Yuan Yingying's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 of them returning. She was so excited that she forgot about the gap between her and her elder sister. She threw herself into Yuan Yingying's arms and exclaimed, "Elder sister, you're fine. Father and I were afraid that something would happen to my sister." Yuan Wanbi's body stiffened. She had already experienced Xiao Dao's betrayal, and she had also experienced heartless and cold darkness. Now, she finally understood how simple Yuan Yingying's emotions were. His heart warmed up, and he hugged her tightly. His heart was filled with guilt, and he was too ashamed to show his face. "I'm sorry, little sister. Big sister treated you like that in the past. As Yuan Wanbi recalled all of her ridiculous and foolish actions, her cheeks became hot, and she was too embarrassed to say anything. When Yuan Yingying sensed the change in her sister, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was the first time her sister had hugged her. Enjoying her sister's embrace, the regret in her heart disappeared. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. From now on, let's support each other and become good sisters," Yuan Yingying said as she looked at her older sister. As Yuan Wanbi stared at his pure and innocent eyes, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Was I bewitched in the past? Why would he do that to her? When she thought of this, she felt both ashamed and moved, and 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Yuan Yingying finally received her elder sister's affection, and tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. A pair of sisters embraced each other. After a long time, the 2 of them finally separated. Yuan Wanbi's face was filled with shame, and she bowed to the surrounding Yuan family members. "I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Wanbi, I apologize to everyone." Yuan family head's eyes were filled with gentleness. "It's good that you're back. From now on, we can live in harmony." She was forgiven by her father. As Yuan Wanbi surveyed the surroundings, her gaze fell upon Shangguan Yunqiu. Her previous desire to curry favor with the nobles and aristocrats had dimmed significantly. Young Master Shangguan Wanbi is young and ignorant, and she has committed many grave mistakes. I don't have the face to become Shangguan's daughter-in-law. Let's do as my father said and cancel our engagement. I'm sorry for causing trouble for young Master Shangguan. She had come to terms with it, and she felt relaxed, as if she had been reborn. However, she was startled when Shangguan Yunqiu said with a faint smile, "Who said that father-in-law cancelled the engagement?" Shangguan Yunqiu said with a smile, "It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. I expected that you would use me to get rid of your younger sister, but you gave up in the end, which shows that you still have a good heart. Now that you've put down your grudges and reunited with your younger sister, your state of mind should be at peace, right?" He then added, "I, Shangguan Yunqiu, am not someone who likes to look into the past. What happened in the past isn't important anymore, and what's important now is that you've become the Shangguan family's future young master. The betrothal gifts have already been sent to the Yuan family, and this engagement has been decided." Yuan Wanbi was startled by this sudden pleasant surprise. She had schemed so hard to obtain this engagement, but she had just decided to give it up. However, her heart calmed down quite a bit, and her pretty face became slightly flushed. She didn't have too many thoughts, as she had in the past. Everything is a happy ending. The Yuan family's master was quite carefree, as he had finally gotten rid of the worries that had plagued him for decades. He then said, "Haha, today is the day of the 5 happy events. Let's drink to our heart's content." Shangguan Yunqiu was quite interested in this, and he laughed heartily. "What are the 5 happy events?" The Yuan family's master clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The Yuan family isn't suppressed anymore, and it's a happy event for us to control the Blue Mountain Range. It's a happy event for Yuan Yingying to become the soul-seizing palace's female disciple. It's a happy event for Yuan Wanbi to get married to the Shangguan family. It's a happy event for an intermediate alchemist to appear in the Yuan family. It's a happy event for the two sisters to reconcile. The 5 happy events were all quite delightful. At this moment, Su Yu chuckled and said, "Yuan family's master, I have something to tell you, and it might be the 6th happy event." Oh! It wasn't just the Yuan family's master, as even Shangguan Yunqiu was looking at Su Yu. He was sizing him up curiously, as his intuition told him that this old man, who had an otherworldly air, seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. The 6th happy event is that the new intermediate alchemist that the Yuan family's master is looking for is none other than your youngest daughter, Yuan Yingying. His words gave rise to a great commotion. Yuan Yingying is the intermediate alchemist who made the grade 4 fairy expansion pill? How is that possible? How old is she? Even the Yuan family's master found this matter incredulous. Su Yu didn't speak, but took out a jade bottle, which also contained a grade 4 fairy expansion pill. He then said, "She made 3 pills in total, and the first one was accidentally detonated by the furnace and flew away. As for the remaining 2, we can each have one." Shock appeared on the Yuan family's master's face as he looked at Yuan Yingying and asked, "Yingying, tell me, are you an intermediate alchemist? When did you learn how to make elixirs?" Yuan Wanbi covered her mouth in shock as she replied, "Father, I know that Yingying has been making elixirs for the past 2 years. But, making a grade 4 spirit pill is beyond my imagination." The whole Yuan family was in an uproar. Oh, my God. The second miss isn't just talented in the martial path. She even has an even more terrifying talent in alchemy. The crowd gathered around Yuan Yingying and asked her all sorts of questions, all of them shocked. It was the first time that such a young intermediate alchemist had appeared in the Blue Mountain Range. Yuan Yingying was helpless, so she could only pull Su Yu out of the crowd and say, "It's all thanks to Uncle Su's help." "Well, where is Uncle Su? Where is he?" The crowd looked around, but they couldn't find Su Yu. It was as if he had disappeared into the crowd. Yuan Wanbi seemed to have lost something as she muttered, "He left." "No. Don't leave. Yingying can't live without you." Yuan Yingying's eyes were brimming with tears as she parted the crowd and rushed out of the Yuan family's residence. In a quiet street, a white-haired old man, who had an air of an immortal, clasped his hands behind his back and disappeared into the fog. "Brother, are you going to leave just like this?" A sudden voice transmitted from a rooftop on the street. When Su Yu raised his head and looked over, he saw a handsome young man, who was clad in luxurious white clothes, leaning against the roof. Su Yu replied calmly, "Brother? Shouldn't you call me Grandpa?" Splutter. The white-feathered youth laughed heartily and said, "Haha, lad, you aren't even as old as me, yet you still want to take advantage of my seniority." Su Yu was surprised by this. "Do you know how old I am? Or, have you seen my portrait?" A cold glint flickered in his eyes. The white-feathered youth shook his head and landed on the ground. He was still laughing as he said, "That's not it. It's just that my Shangguan family's bloodline is somewhat unusual, and it's sensitive to one's lifespan. I can feel that you have lost a large amount of your lifespan, so you must have lost it for a short period of time. That's why you have aged overnight." Su Yu felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. "So what? You aren't just looking for me to chat with you, are you? Isn't it better for you to accompany your fiancé?" Su Yu asked. This person was obviously Shangguan Yunqiu. "Hehe, I obviously have a reason for looking for you. I've heard about the recent events in the Yuan family. The almighty divine master, the fairy expansion pill, the second miss, who turned from a mediocre person into a world-defying genius, and the Elixir Production Alliance's destruction. It's really hard to believe that you are just 19 years old, which is even younger than me. Yet, you possess unfathomable abilities, so I hope that you can follow me back to the Shangguan family." The Red Blood Palace? Su Yu raised his brows. The Red Blood Palace was one of the 2 greatest factions in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land. I also invited Yuan Yingying, who is an 18-year-old intermediate alchemist. TSK. The Red Blood Palace's elixir-making elders will probably fight over her. Su Yu squinted his eyes, as he was greatly tempted. His crisis was looming ever closer, and if he could hide in a powerful faction, cultivate patiently, and strengthen his cultivation, it would be for the best. The Red Blood Palace was the strongest faction in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and it was guarded by all creation old monsters. Hence, joining it was exactly what Su Yu wanted. Why? Why did you invite us for no reason? There isn't such a good thing in the world, is there? Su Yu asked. Shangguan Yunqiu laughed heartily. Brother Su, you are overthinking this. Recommending talents to the Red Blood Palace is the responsibility of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' great factions. Just like how the Blue Mountain Range sends its most outstanding geniuses to the soul-seizing palace, our Shangguan family will also recommend its most outstanding geniuses to the Red Blood Palace. He then added, of course, if the recommended geniuses meet the Red Blood Palace's requirements and enter it successfully, then the faction that recommended them will get rewards from the Red Blood Palace. These rewards are for the extension of the region they govern. Although they are meaningless to wandering cultivators like you, they are important to our Shangguan family. So, you don't need to worry about us coveting anything from you. As a matter of fact, what could a wandering cultivator like Su Yu possibly covet from a super faction like the Shangguan family? Su Yu felt at ease because of this, as the Shangguan family could recommend one more person to the Red Blood Palace, which meant that they would be able to govern the 9 mountain ranges and other regions. Fine, I agree. When will we set off? Su Yu asked. Shangguan Yunqiu chuckled. We will obviously talk about it after we get drunk tonight. Just like that, Su Yu returned to the Yuan family in embarrassment. Yuan Wanbi rolled her eyes at him, while Yuan Yingying grumbled at him. During the banquet, Shangguan Yunqiu announced the Yuan family's 7th piece of good news, which was that he would recommend Yuan Yingying to join the Red Blood Palace. When they heard this shocking news, the whole Yuan family celebrated, and it was bustling until midnight. At daybreak, in the outskirts, the Yuan family's master and Yuan Wanbi saw Shangguan Yunqiu off with Su Yu and Yuan Yingying to the White Cloud Lake. When the Yuan family's master saw that Su Yu was also being taken away, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Wanbi, why did Yingying bring that old man along with her? Yuan Wanbi chuckled when she heard him. Father, you should be asking why that old man brought Yingying along with him. When Yuan Wanbi saw the Yuan family's master's bewildered look, she revealed the truth to him. Father, do you really think that my sister's great transformation, as well as the Elixir Production Alliance's destruction in a single night, were all caused by some random divine master? In fact, it was all caused by that old man, Su Yuxian. He's a peerless expert, who hid his strength well. If it wasn't for him, Shangguan Yunqiu wouldn't have brought Yingying along with him. When he heard this, the Yuan family's master's eyes widened in shock. What? Him? That low-key old man is the cause of all of this. In fact, the Yuan family's master had also felt that there was a mastermind behind all of the events that had occurred in the past month. He really didn't expect that it would be this old man, whom he had picked up from the streets. Yuan Wanbi looked at Su Yu's departing back and chuckled. Thank you. Outside the city, a black-robed old man went into the forest. It was Elder Liao, who had been ordered to look for the heart-refining mortal dust liquids material seeds for Su Yu. In the Elixir Production Alliance's ruined Great Hall, Zhao Yin, Zhao Yinghao, and the red-nosed man had all been frozen by Su Yu's time power, and they had all been killed in a single move. At this moment, a beautiful purple figure was standing on the scene. She had a slender and curvaceous body, and her fluttering purple clothes couldn't conceal her alluring figure. She seemed to be around 18 years old, and she was quite pretty. However, her eyes were filled with hatred. She stretched out a finger and drew an arc in the air, while a wisp of time power gathered once again. Time power! It's really him, Su Yu, who killed Uncle Shui Di. The young girl raised her head and looked at the White Cloud Lake with a cold glint in her eyes. I found you. At this moment, the Yuan family's experts, who were guarding outside, heard the commotion inside, so they rushed inside and asked, who is it? The room was quite quiet, and there wasn't anyone there. However, there was still a faint fragrance lingering in the air. After 5 days of traveling, Su Yu and the others finally reached the White Cloud Lake. In the past 5 days, Su Yu had managed to adjust his internal blood energy channels to their optimal state. Now, he just needed to find a place to try to advance into the fairy realm. Wow! What a big lake! No, it's a sea. Yuan Yingying exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the giant white lake below. She was quite shocked, as they were standing at a height of 100,000 feet, yet they still couldn't see the end of the lake. They could only see a silver lake, which was covered by white clouds. Shangguan Yunqiu stretched his body lazily and said, "We still have a day's journey ahead of us. Let's go down, as there is a relay station for our Shangguan family here. We will need to change our mounts." The mounts that they had ridden from the Blue Mountain Range had been exhausted from flying for 5 days, so their speed had obviously slowed down. They wanted to reach the Shangguan family's residence as soon as possible, so it was time for them to change their mounts. The giant eagle beneath his feet let out a sharp cry as it dived down. There was an island on the silvery white lake's surface. It wasn't big, and it only had a circumference of 100,000 feet. It was planted with many spiritual fruits, which caused the spiritual energy here to be quite dense. Everywhere on the island, there were wooden stakes, transplanted trees, dug holes, and so on. These were all places for birds with different habits to rest. When Su Yu used his perception to scan the resting area, he was quite surprised. There were many powerful birds resting here, and the weakest of them was at the level 1 fairy realm. There were even some terrifying level 7 fairy realm birds here. These are all birds raised by our Shangguan family, and there are people guarding them here. They are used by our Shangguan family members to change mounts for long distances. There are more than 10 relay stations like this one in the White Cloud Lake, and this is the smallest one. It's also the one that we must pass if we want to reach the Blue Mountain Range. Su Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. A level 7 fairy realm mount. As expected of the Shangguan family, after all, the strongest person in the whole Blue Mountain Range was just a level 6 fairy realm expert. The one guarding this place is an elder of our family, Uncle Lan. We need to wake up the mounts through him, Shangguan Yunqiu said as he jumped off the plane and shouted, "Uncle Lan? Where is he? It's really strange." There were only birds with terrifying auras on the island, and Uncle Lan was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether it was because these birds had been trained, but they were all calmly staying in their nests. They didn't move at all, and it seemed like they were all asleep. The island was deathly silent. "Why are they all sleeping?" Yuan Yingying asked. She wasn't used to the island's deathly silence. Shangguan Yunqiu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Isn't that obvious? These birds were all controlled by special talismans. As long as they were activated, they would fall into a deep sleep. Only when one of them was needed would the seal be opened and they would wake up from their deep sleep. Otherwise, who would be able to manage so many powerful birds that were alive and kicking? Moreover, these birds still have their wild natures, so they wouldn't dare to act rashly if there was only 1 or 2 of them. But, if all of them released their seals, then they would surely revolt. Something like this has happened in history. The people who were watching the island died on the spot, and many of the experts who came to help were either injured or killed. There was even a divine master who was attacked by a group of vicious birds, and his body was torn apart, leaving only his soul to escape. Thus, the control over them is extremely strict. Is that so? Su Yu squinted his eyes. This island gave him an ominous feeling. All of a sudden, a faint smell of blood entered his nose. Hey! Su Yu was surprised by this, and when he looked at the source of the smell, he saw that it was an ordinary blue ferocious bird. It was lying calmly on the ground like the other birds, and it had fallen into a deep sleep since no one had summoned it. Su Yu's eyes turned silver as he used his soul eyes to see through everything. His pupils contracted as he looked at it. "Young Master Shangguan, what is this Uncle Lan's cultivation like?" Su Yu stealthily shielded Yuan Yingying behind him, while his gaze became grave. Shangguan Yunqiu was startled by this. He's quite strong, and he should be at least at the level 8 fairy realm. Otherwise, how could he subdue this group of birds? Level 8 fairy realm? Su Yu's expression became gloomy, and he grabbed Yuan Yingying as he soared into the sky. His actions were so sudden that he didn't give anyone any time to react. At the same time, Su Yu's grave voice transmitted to Shangguan Yunk's ears, "Run away quickly. These birds are all awake, and they are pretending to be asleep. Your Uncle Lan has already been eaten by them." Su Yu's soul eyes could clearly see a person's head, which had been swallowed by a giant blue bird. The rest of the giant birds all had human limbs in their bodies. What terrified Su Yu even more was that these birds' souls were quite active, and they weren't even in a deep sleep state. They were just pretending to be asleep, and they were waiting for people who didn't know what was going on to land on them. There were more than 100 birds on the island. Even a level 8 fairy realm expert had been dismembered, let alone them. Chapter 764. Shangguan Yunk's expression changed drastically, and he soared into the sky without hesitation. As he was a level 7 fairy, his movement technique was much faster than Su Yu's, and he managed to overtake him in just 3 breaths' time. "Brother Su, I will carry you." It was at this moment that the birds that were sleeping in the nest suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, and only a brutal glint was left in them. The 2 mounts that Shangguan Yunkyu had brought with him had sharp senses, and as they sensed that something was amiss, they quickly flapped their wings and soared into the sky. However, before they could fly more than 100 meters away, they let out miserable screams. 9 level 3 fairy realm ferocious birds pounced at them and started biting them with their sharp beaks. Their wings were torn apart, and their heads were torn off. Their blood-soaked feathers fluttered down like snow. The smell of blood attracted even more ferocious birds, and in just 3 breaths' time, the 2 birds were torn to shreds and devoured by another group of ferocious birds. "Are they killing each other?" Shangguan Yunk's expression became grave when he saw this. "That's not right. Even though it's difficult to get rid of these birds' wild nature, they shouldn't be this brutal. It seems like someone is controlling them." Su Yu nodded, then grabbed Yuan Yingying and fled without any hesitation. It was fortunate that the 2 mounts had attracted the birds' attention, so they were able to put some distance between them. Otherwise, if they had been attacked by several hundred birds, they would have been the ones who would have been killed. Screech! All of a sudden, an ear-piercing screech echoed out. Yuan Yingying groaned, and blood trickled down from her ears. The 4 level 7 fairy realm ferocious birds had discovered them and were chasing after them. Their speed was much higher than ordinary birds, and they were even faster than Shangguan Yunkyu. "Oh no!" Shangguan Yunk's expression became gloomy. 4 birds were more than enough to deal with one of them, but how could they deal with 4 of them? Moreover, if they were delayed for even a moment, those low-grade birds would surely catch up to them, and they would end up just like the 2 birds. Darn it! Who did this? Shangguan Yunkyu clenched his teeth and tore his clothes. His white feather luxurious robe was torn to shreds, revealing his smooth back. Strangely, as the muscles on his back wriggled, 2 fleshy bones appeared, which seemed like the skeleton of a bird's wings. At the same time, many feathers made of vital energy appeared on his wings. In the blink of an eye, a pair of snow-white wings appeared on his back. "Brother Su, come with me." Shangguan Yunkyu grabbed Su Yu and Yuan Yingying at the same time, while he flapped his wings, which gave rise to a shocking current. The 3 of them tore through the void and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already millions of miles away. Even an early-stage divine master wouldn't be able to catch up to them, let alone the 4 level 7 fairy ferocious birds. Yuan Yingying's gaze flickered as she stared at the wings on Shangguan Yunk's back. She took a deep breath and asked, "The legendary blue water 9 heaven wings? A spirit artifact that could fuse with human flesh and blood. Just the crystal stones alone would require 100,000 crystal stones. 1 breath of time was equivalent to 50,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Furthermore, it's a one-time consumable, and only a superpower like the Shangguan clan can afford it. 100,000 crystal stones was equivalent to the Yuan family's income in a month." Su Yu's expression was still calm. After all, if a young master like Shangguan Yunkyu didn't even have such a life-saving technique, then Su Yu would find it strange. "Thank you for saving my life, Brother Shangguan." Su Yu cupped his fists at him and thanked him. Although it wasn't like he didn't have a way to escape, Shangguan Yunkyu had protected them in such a dangerous situation. Hence, Su Yu changed the way he addressed him from young Master Shangguan to Brother Shangguan. Shangguan Yunk's face was slightly pale, while the shark's fin on his back had decayed and turned into black smoke. It could only be used once, and it consumed a great deal of spiritual vital energy. Brother Su, you are being too serious. I should be the one thanking you, as if you hadn't warned me, I would have been killed. Shangguan Yunqiu cupped his fists at him as he spoke. If Su Yu hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have been able to use the blue water 9 heaven wings in time. Su Yu's gaze became grave as he asked, Brother Shangguan, those birds seemed quite strange. Shangguan Yunya looked at Su Yu curiously, then asked, Brother Su, how did you know that my family's elder was killed by those ferocious birds? Su Yu replied, it's just some lowly cultivation techniques. But, when I observed those ferocious birds, they didn't have any spiritual qualities, and they were extremely ferocious. It was as if their minds were being controlled by someone. Since Su Yu didn't want to divulge his secret, Shangguan Yunqiu didn't want to probe further. However, he became more curious about Su Yu, as a cultivation technique that could see through the ferocious beast stomachs was quite extraordinary. Brother Su, you are right, Shangguan Yunqiu said solemnly. Shangguan Yunqiu said gravely, they are indeed being controlled by someone, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be done by a powerful beast tamer. Beast tamer? Su Yu had seen such a person in the Blue Mountain Range who could control demonic beasts. But, he was able to control so many demonic beasts, and there were even 4 level 7 fairies among them. It was fortunate that we managed to escape in time. Otherwise, if we had to face a beast tamer, we would have been in a terrible situation. Everyone in Jojo knew how terrifying beast tamers were, and no one would want to face a beast tamer who could control a large number of demonic beasts. Su Yu said, we aren't safe now, so we should leave immediately. After the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea, a purple-clothed young man was standing on the head of a level 7 ferocious bird, while he looked coldly in the direction in which Su Yu had left. Hateful. He ruined my plan. I could have killed Shangguan Yunqiu. The young man wore a resentful look as he turned around and left. After 3 days, they finally reached the center of the White Cloud Lake, where there was an island that was as vast as a continent. It was so vast that even 10 Zhenlong worlds couldn't compare to it. There were many experts on the island, as well as many fairies. There were many early-stage fairies, middle-stage fairies, and even 1 or 2 late-stage fairies. Su Yu's intuition even detected several oppressive auras, which were the auras of divine masters. Swoosh! The 3 of them landed outside the city. There was a hall at the city's gate that was specially built for the Shangguan family, and it was similar to the Blue Mountain Range's Yuan family. However, the main difference was that there was a formation in the hall that contained spatial power, which could teleport them to the Shangguan family's residence. Yuan Yingying's eyes were filled with envy as she asked, a spatial formation? It's rumored that only a rare spatial formation master can set it up, and its construction cost is astronomical. The Blue Mountain Range's 10 years of savings can only afford its annual maintenance. In the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, apart from the 18 great factions, only the Shangguan family and a few other great factions can afford it. It's just a short-distance teleportation within the island, and it can't be compared to those super teleportation formations that can traverse continents and prefectures. Shangguan Yunqiu chuckled and didn't seem to care much about it. He then led them into the formation. Su Yu's body was extremely unstable, and he felt like he was floating in the sea. When his feet touched the ground, Su Yu revolved a wisp of spatial power to reduce the sudden impact. His body didn't even sway. On the other hand, Yuan Yingying cried out in alarm. She nearly lost her balance and fell to the ground. However, it was fortunate that Su Yu was still holding her and stabilizing her. Chapter 765. When Su Yu opened his eyes and looked over, he saw a one-eyed middle-aged man wearing flowery clothes and an eye patch. He seemed ferocious, but his gaze was gentle. Su Yu's pupils contracted when he saw that this person was unexpectedly a divine master expert. The one-eyed man was sizing Su Yu up with a curious gaze, while a slight look of approval appeared on his face. It was rare to see someone like him, who could deal with spatial teleportation calmly. Even Shangguan Yunqiu wasn't as calm as him. Well, Uncle Qin, why are you the one guarding the formation? Shangguan Yunqiu asked in surprise. In the past, weren't the outer family elders the ones guarding the formation? The one-eyed middle-aged man in front of him was the one guarding the formation. Uncle Chin's gaze moved away from Su Yu, while his expression changed slightly. "It's good that you came back. The family master was about to send some experts to receive you." "Uncle Chin, what happened?" Shangguan Yunqiu raised his brows. It seemed like something was amiss. This teleportation formation led directly to the Shangguan family, which was why it was so important. So, it was guarded by 3 level 9 fairy realm outer family elders all year round. It was only in times of emergency that they would send divine masters to guard it. This was something rarely seen in the Shangguan family's 1,000 years of history. "It's a long story. You should quickly pay your respects to the family master." Shangguan Yunqiu realized that the situation was urgent, so he didn't dare delay any longer. "Uncle Chin, please arrange for my 2 friends. I will come back quickly." Shangguan Yunqiu cupped his fists at Su Yu and Yuan Yingying, then quickly left. Yuan Yingying whispered into Su Yu's ear, "It seems like something happened in the Yuan family." Su Yu nodded slowly. He could already see some clues about what had happened on the Bird Island 3 days ago. "Sirs, let the attendants take you to a side room. I'm guarding this place, so it's not convenient for me to send you off," Uncle Chin said. Su Yu cupped his fists at him and said, "Senior, I don't dare to trouble you." A pretty female attendant led them to a side room where the Shangguan family received guests. Shangguan Yunqiu had instructed them to go to a side room, which was quite luxurious. It was a top-notch one, and it was only used to receive distinguished guests. "Drink!" Bang! Before they even approached the courtyard, they heard several shouts echoing from it. It seemed like someone was practicing. The shouts were filled with vigorous blood energy, and Su Yu could faintly see a blood-red light shooting out of the courtyard, which dyed half of the sky red. When he looked through the courtyard's gate, he saw a group of youngsters, who were less than 20 years old, sparring in it. Their ages were generally above 16 and below 20. However, none of them were weak. The weakest among them was a 3 crystals half-fairy, while the highest was a level 4 fairy. The level 4 fairy's opponent was an 18-year-old youth. His fists were extremely smooth, and every time he waved them, the surrounding air would fluctuate. After Su Yu had been in Jojo for a month, his mind gradually came to him. It seemed like Jojo's world was much sturdier than the Zhenlong world's, as its space was extremely hard. In the past, it would have been easy for Su Yu to shatter the Zhenlong world's space, but in Jojo, it was difficult for him to even shake the space. The fact that this lad was able to shake the space showed how powerful his physical strength was. He was definitely not weaker than Su Yu, who had the first dragon's body. Su Yu was just at the half-fairy realm, so it would be unfair to compare him to a level 4 fairy realm expert. As expected of the number 1 genius of the 1,000 Watershed Ridge, this fist has the strength of 5 elephant. It's at least an elephant's power higher than an ordinary level 4 fairy's. "Brother Zhongfan, you will surely get one of the Red Blood Palace's outer disciple quotas," a short-haired man wearing a leopard skin exclaimed in admiration. An elephant was the unit that Jojo's martial artists used to measure their physical strength. The Great Power King Kong elephant was a common demonic beast in Jojo, and it was famous for its great physical strength. Every elephant's power was equal to a human expert who had just advanced to the level 1 fairy realm. This was why it was used as a unit to measure one's physical strength. Normally, a level 1 fairy realm expert possessed an elephant's power, while a level 2 fairy realm expert possessed an elephant's power. Moreover, every time one's cultivation made a breakthrough, their power would increase by an elephant's power. Once one's physical strength reached the all-creation realm, one would become a legendary all-creation old monster. It could be seen from this that the disparity between an all-creation old monster and a fairy realm expert was obvious. The youngster, whose name was Zhongfan, was a level 4 fairy realm expert. Normally, he only possessed 4 elephants' power, so it was quite difficult for him to cultivate 5 elephants. It seemed like these people had the same goal as them, which was to enter the Red Blood Palace and use the Shangguan family's recommendation to take the palace's entrance exam. Zhongfan sighed. Entering the Red Blood Palace is easier said than done. The double extinction exam is a bloody path, and even experts with 6 elephants' power aren't sure if they can pass it. It's still too early to say such a thing. Although he was sighing, his tone sounded as if he was the only one who could do it. The rest of the people understood his meaning, but they pretended not to notice it and continued praising him. This was understandable, as one of the Red Blood Palace's entrance exams was extremely dangerous, and if one could befriend some experts, they would have a higher chance of passing it. Su Yu looked at Zhong Fan and nodded calmly. It seemed like entering the Red Blood Palace wasn't an easy task. Hey, look over there. We have new neighbors. It's a young girl and her servant. The man in leopard pelt noticed out of the corner of his eye that a female attendant had brought someone over. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's strange. Half a month has passed since the recommendation deadline. So, why are there still people coming here? Hey, where did you get recommended? Are you from the 9 mountains, 7 mountains, 6 caves, and 5 villas?" The youth in leopard pelt asked. They were all recommended representatives from the regions governed by the Shangguan family, so they were qualified to participate in the Red Blood Palace's entrance exam. Yuan Yingying replied, "The Blue Mountain Range." "Impossible." The youth in leopard pelt said. The Shangguan family gave up on recruiting talents from the Blue Mountain Range many years ago, so how could you come from there? The Shangguan clan had set up a martial arts dojo in each of the 9 mountain ranges, 7 mountain ranges, 6 caves, and 5 villas. Only the Kang mountain range was located in a desolate area, where resources were scarce and there was a lack of outstanding disciples. The Shangguan clan didn't care about it. The most important thing was that the Blue Mountain Range was very close to the Soul-Seizing Palace, and the Soul-Seizing Palace would hold the Blue Mountain Meet every year to directly recruit the strongest geniuses. This made it even more difficult for the Shangguan clan to recruit outstanding people. After hundreds of years of 0 recommendations, they simply cancelled the recommendation organization. That was why they were so surprised that someone from the Kang mountain range would recommend them. "Don't tell me you guys used your connections to get here?" The leopard-clad youth narrowed his eyes. When Yuan Yingying heard the insult in his words, she said angrily, "What does it have to do with you?" The leopard-skinned youth chuckled, "It has nothing to do with me, but it has something to do with us. Those who take shortcuts are not welcome here." The maidservant, who was about to enter, immediately found herself in a difficult position. She did not know whether to enter or not. Yuan Yingying was somewhat angry that they were targeting them for no reason. Su Yu looked at the leopard-skinned youth disdainfully and said, "It seems like you only have this much potential." They obviously would not target Su Yu and Yuan Yingying for no reason. They just wanted to make things difficult for them because they had one less person to pass the exam. They did not consider their own power, but instead placed their hopes on luck. So, what if they managed to pass the exam? Well, you are a young miss who has to take a servant with you even during the exam. Why don't I see anything special about you? The corners of the youth's mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he denied that he was trying to ostracize Su Yu and Yuan Yingying. Su Yu didn't bother with him, so he pulled Yuan Yingying along and walked toward his own room. "Stop. Didn't I say that we don't welcome shortcuts here? You should look for another place to stay," the leopard-skinned youth said. Su Yu replied calmly, "Did you say that? Why don't you tell me which young master of the Shangguan family you are? The Shangguan family asked us to stay here, yet you want to drive us away? You are really arrogant." The leopard-skinned youth's expression changed slightly. He then said fiercely, "Don't spout nonsense. I just don't like people like you, who reap without sowing anything. We all managed to pass the exam in a dignified manner, so you too can't compare to us." Su Yu squinted his eyes and said, "You keep saying that you reap without sowing anything and take shortcuts. Why don't you show me how much stronger a dignified genius like you is compared to someone like me, who takes shortcuts?" The geniuses in the surroundings, who were waiting for a good show, all revealed hopeful looks. Although the leopard-skinned youth's behavior was inappropriate, the old man, who had just arrived, was arrogant and displeased. So, they decided to take this opportunity to see how strong this old man was. Tang Feng is a level 3 fairy realm expert. That old man is really interesting, as he challenged him directly. Doesn't he know that he fell for a provocation? It seems like he still doesn't understand the courtyard's rules. Anyone who challenges someone will lose their chance to pass the exam if they lose. He's already so old, yet he's still so impulsive. The leopard-skinned youth revealed a sinister smile. Fine, I accept your challenge. Su Yu's expression didn't change at all as he listened to the crowd's discussions. In his eyes, Tang Feng was just a nuisance, not even a nuisance. It wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat him, and he had only challenged him because he didn't want to get into trouble. After all, one must keep a low profile. Chapter 766. Su Yu took a step forward and said, "Make your move." His attitude didn't seem like that of a duel, but that of a teacher. How arrogant. Tang Feng sneered. Demonic blue sky fist. Tang Feng's palms strangely turned pitch black like the hands of a demon, looking somewhat ferocious. Su Yu's two fists came flying at him, and the pressure from the air currents scraped against Su Yu's face, causing him to feel a slight pain. Zhong Fan nodded in approval. Blue Sky Demonic Fist is a spirit-level cultivation method. After you activate it, you can use demonic energy to strengthen your body. Tang Feng has a good comprehension ability. He has cultivated it to the lower tier of the 3rd level. I'm afraid this old man will be at a disadvantage. Yes. This fist technique is a rather famous basic fist technique in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. If you cultivate it to perfection, you can increase your strength by half an elephant. Right now, the strength of Tang Feng's palms slightly exceeds 3 elephants. Hehe, Tang Feng is really vicious and merciless. Not only did he drive them away, he even went all out. Does he want to kill them? They all had the attitude of watching a joke, quietly watching the development of the situation. Su Yu extended both of his hands and punched out without any technique. Rub, rub at the moment of contact, a tsunami-like energy erupted from his opponent's body and surged into Su Yu's. Su Yu took 2 steps back, tapped the tip of his toes, and easily stabilized himself. Tang Feng retreated 3 steps in a row. His body swayed a few times before he managed to steady himself. His face was filled with shock and seriousness. The pupils of the spectators constricted, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. How did he do it? Many experts were surprised. Could a half-fairy withstand the all-out attack of a 3 crystals half-fairy? There was a huge gap between a half-fairy and a fairy. Without the use of magical treasures, it would be difficult for both of their battle powers to be evenly matched. Zhong Fan stared at Su Yu and scanned Su Yu's arm. He noticed that the internal energy channel on the back of Su Yu's hand was strangely golden. Su Yu withdrew his fists. He had a rough understanding of his own power, which was probably between 3 elephants and 3.5 elephants. The physical body of the first dragon body was roughly at this level. If he could study the dragon race's language and understand the later chapters of the evil dragon divine body, he might have a chance to further refine his physical body. I don't see how you are any better than me, who took shortcuts, even if you worked hard to get here. Su Yu said calmly. Tang Feng felt ashamed. He gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice, again, I was just careless earlier. Whoosh! Yuan Yingying stepped forward and said, let me do it. You're not Uncle Su's match. In his heart, Uncle Su was an expert comparable to a divine master. There was really no need for him to tangle with the junior in front of him. Tang Feng's face turned cold. Don't expect me to show mercy to the fairer sect. At this moment, a faint sneer floated through the air. Oh! The assessment hasn't even started and they're already fighting amongst themselves. A sudden sneer came from the courtyard next door. He looked up and saw a graceful woman standing on top of the courtyard wall. She was dressed in a palace robe and had delicate features. She looked down at them with disdain. The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as clear as a mountain spring. Her fine black hair spread out behind her, fluttering in the wind. Under the sunlight, he looked like a celestial being. Miss Shangguan. The faces of the contestants changed slightly, and they hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. Zhong Fan was no exception. As Su Yu looked at the person on the wall, he was slightly surprised. Shangguan Qing'er? Wasn't she killed by the Bai family's father and son in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Why is she here? Shangguan Qing'e was the Red Blood Palace's master and Mo Tianxuan's registered disciple. She possessed a weak bloodline of an ancient spirit body, and she had gone to the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion to bring back an ancient spirit body. She had mistakenly thought that Su Yu was an ancient spirit body, and in the end, she had died miserably in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Humph. Shangguan Qing'e landed and looked at Tang Feng. What that old man said was right. You don't take your own power seriously, and you place your hopes on forcing others to join the Red Blood Palace. Even if you join the Red Blood Palace, you won't have any future prospects. You can leave now. Come back next time, Shangguan Qing'e said. Tang Feng's face turned deathly pale when he heard this. Shangguan Qing'e had deprived him of his right to participate in the assessment. The next time the Red Blood Palace would recruit him would be in 3 years. At that time, he would already be over 20 years old, and he wouldn't meet the Red Blood Palace's recruitment criteria. Tang Feng wore a gloomy look as he left. Shangguan Qing'e's gaze swept over Su Yu and Yuan Yingying before it finally fell on Su Yu. She then examined him with her bright eyes and raised her brows. Haven't we met before? Even though Su Yu's face looked old, he still had traces of his youth. Miss Shangguan, you must be joking. I'm just a trifling wandering cultivator, so how could I have the honor of seeing your true appearance? Su Yu asked. Shangguan Qing'e was confused for a moment before she pursed her lips and said, perhaps. However, you can leave now. You have already escorted her here, so you can set your mind at ease and leave her here. This is a special period, and outsiders can't stay here for long, Shangguan Qing'e said. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and his face became slightly flushed. Miss, I'm just here to participate in the assessment. Ah. Shangguan Qing'e wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Zhong Fan and the others were also dumbfounded. Huh? You? Shangguan Qing'e turned around and examined Su Yu curiously. Are you saying that you aren't even 20 years old yet? Su Yu nodded. That's right. It's because of my cultivation that I'm in such a state. The crowd was confused, and they all wondered. How did he manage to cultivate to such an extent? Ah, Uncle Su, you aren't even 20 years old yet? Yuan Yingying asked in disbelief. On the way here, she had heard Shangguan Yunqiu calling him Brother Su. She didn't understand what he meant by that, but now she knew that it was because of him. But, if he was really just 20 years old, then wouldn't she have taken advantage of him by calling him Uncle Su? Moreover, he had even kissed and hugged him. Yuan Yingying glared at Su Yu with narrowed eyes. When Su Yu detected her gaze, he coughed dryly and said, I will explain it to you later. It's true. Shangguan Qing'e's eyes flickered. His outer appearance is that of an old man's, but his lifespan seems to be declining rapidly. So, he should really be in his 20s. After they confirmed that Su Yu was also an examinee, the expressions of many geniuses became odd. You should all rest for a day. Tomorrow, you will meet my father. The day after tomorrow, a Red Blood Palace's escort elder will take you to the Red Blood Palace, Shangguan Qing'e said before she clasped her hands behind her back and left. Everyone got along with each other peacefully, and there were even several level 1 fairies who came over to befriend Su Yu. Su Yu dealt with them easily, as even if he didn't befriend them, he still didn't offend them. When night fell, Su Yu took out the last pure Yang Vital Return pill. After it entered his body, its warm energy helped him repair his internal energy channel. Now, his internal energy channel had already recovered to its peak state. After he examined his internal energy channel carefully, he discovered that it was 30% stronger than before. This was the reason why Su Yu possessed a power rivaling a level 3 fairy. It should be due to the fate-altering pill, Su Yu muttered. In the past, he had used the fate-altering pill to fight against the Blood Emperor, and his body had been destroyed many times by the Blood Emperor, only to be reborn again by the fate-altering pill. His internal energy channel had been greatly stimulated, and it had been secretly strengthened. In fact, it wasn't just his internal energy channel that had been strengthened, as every part of his body had also been strengthened. Once his body recovered, his body's power would rise by another level, and it would reach at least 3.5 elephants' power, or even 4 elephants' power. Now that his internal energy channel was unobstructed, it was time for him to break through to the fairy realm. As a light flickered in Su Yu's palm, a cloud-galloping horse appeared in his left hand, while a level 4 fairy expansion pill appeared in his right. It's time for me to break through to the fairy realm. Su Yu's eyes flickered. As he looked around, Su Yu decided to swallow the cloud-galloping horse. The cloud-galloping horse contained an extremely pure energy, which could stimulate the vital energy crystal's transformation. As Su Yu opened his mouth and swallowed the cloud-galloping horse, an ice-cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his abdomen, then turned into a tremendous amount of pure energy that entered his dantian through his veins. Su Yu's dantian was divided into 2 layers, the heaven dantian and the earth dantian. As the pure energy filled his external dantian, it created a great pressure on him. An intense pain transmitted from his external dantian, and as more and more energy flowed into it, it felt like the external dantian was on the verge of exploding. When all of the cloud-galloping horse's energy flowed into it, the external dantian couldn't bear it any longer, and it exploded with a loud rumble. The external dantian, which was the size of a fist, exploded into a space that was the size of an acre. The 3 solidified vital energy crystals were torn apart by the explosion, and the vital energy within them turned into liquid vital energy, which flowed out and filled the whole space. In the twinkling of an eye, the external dantian turned from a small, closed space into a lake that was the size of an acre. At the same time, the world's spiritual energy started flowing into Su Yu's body like a tornado. The spiritual energy, which entered his body, was compressed into vital energy, which was then compressed into a liquid state, which then fell into the lake. For 6 whole hours, Su Yu's external dantian was filled with liquefied vital energy, which seemed like it was raining. When the vital energy stopped flowing into Su Yu's body, the whole external dantian was filled with liquefied vital energy. Compared to the 3 vital energy crystals in the past, the amount of vital energy he could store was 10 times greater. After all, the amount and purity of the vital energy between a fairy and a half-fairy couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. When he used all of the cultivation techniques he had cultivated in the past with the fairy realm's vital energy, their might increased by several folds. However, Su Yu was astonished to discover that the heavenly tribulation, which he had expected, didn't appear. This meant that he still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. What's going on? Su Yu was quite confused, and as he examined his external dantian, an odd look appeared on his face. His external dantian had indeed turned into a lake, but his internal dantian was still a small space that was the size of a fist. The 3 vital energy crystals were still floating there, motionless. Does my external dantian also need to expand in order to achieve a breakthrough? Su Yu asked. At this moment, Yuan Yingying, who had detected Su Yu's disturbance, quickly rushed over. When she noticed the change in Su Yu's aura, she asked curiously, "Brother Su, did you achieve a breakthrough? Why does your aura seem so powerful, yet it's also somewhat indistinct? I can't even see through your cultivation." The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He was afraid that no one could understand his current situation. After Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, he swallowed another cloud-galloping horse. However, all of its energy flowed into his external dantian, and it couldn't enter his internal dantian. The cloud-galloping horse couldn't achieve a breakthrough anymore. Su Yu's gaze became gloomy as he looked at the grade 4 fairy expansion pill in his right palm.